Well, good morning everyone. I reconvene the hearing for Plan Change 1, submissions on the non-heritage parts of that plan change. And just for the benefit of those who weren't watching yesterday, we'll introduce ourselves. My name's Rob van Voorthausen. I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner based in Napier.
Sophie Barker, City Councillor and RMA Commissioner.
Jimmy Miller, City Councillor and RMA Commissioner.
And we'll just get the staff to introduce themselves to the hearing too. And the one who hasn't introduced herself is Rebecca. She's our hearing secretary, so if you need to know anything about the hearing, she's the person to contact. So Mr. Rawson, anything from the reporting officers for us this morning before we hear from our submitters?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Now, first submitter is Francisca Griffin. Good morning and welcome. I see you've circulated some speaking notes, and thank you very much for doing that.
It's the first time I've ever done that.
Well done.
Yeah, that's very good.
Something I mean, usually I sit in front of whoever and just riff. I want to up from my brain. This is too important to just riff on. I'll just read. I'll read. Whoops, come back. Ata Māori, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this panel. I'm Francisca Griffin. I've been part of Otapoti's Dunedin's music scene for 40 years, and I have here the Independent Music New Zealand's Tate Prize Classic Record Award that was given to my band Lugo Purple in April of 2024. Here in Otapoti, Dunedin, we collectively have an opportunity to future-proof the inner city and surrounding precincts for us all. To thrive, we need practice spaces for musicians, dance studios, music venues for musicians and gig attendees, residential developments, restaurants, clubs, pubs, all of us. Musicians, developers, concert goers, gig attenders, dancers and dancers-to-be, theatre folk, all of Otapoti, Dunedin. Variety is the spice of all life that we all need to thrive. Dunedin currently has a thriving music culture which is respected worldwide. 40 years ago, we, speaking as musician here, had spaces to play and practice in that were seldom subject to noise complaints, some of which we rented from the City Council. Except for the Empire Tavern, that is, John and Maureen had an arrangement with the restaurant through the wall that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. It is a very sad fact that noise complaints have closed existing venues throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand and around the world when accommodation is built or retrofitted nearby. As our city continues to thrive and grow, that is no longer the case. It is essential to the heart of Otapoti, Dunedin, that music, no longer the case that we don't get complaints. Move my paragraphs around. It is essential to the heart of Otapoti, Dunedin, that music venues, practice spaces and residential activity coexist in harmony. Boosting the acoustic standards will go a long way towards ensuring our city continues to be the vibrant, multifaceted place that we all know and love. These requirements will also likely have the added bonus of lowering heating needs. I respectfully ask that the 2GP variation suggestion of 40 dB, the same as the port noise standard which has been successful in Kopatai, Port Chalmers where I live, or better still the highest national standard of 45 dB and how higher output allowance of 65 dB be implemented in the inner city, that is the CBD, in the warehouse precinct, throughout North Dunedin and in the Harbourside zone. It's only sensible that these new acoustic installation standards need to cover all bedrooms and living areas. The sounds of Dunedin are alive and well. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had a couple of submitters yesterday talk to us about these same issues, so we've asked our officers to come back to us with some further advice about achieving a 40 dB acoustic standard and having that applied to all habitable rooms, not just bedrooms. And we've also asked them to come back to us with some further information on the 65 dB output noise level. And so in response to the submissions, we're just asking for a little bit more information about that, and particularly in terms of some of the cost implications for building owners. We'll be considering those matters further in our deliberations. But I'll see if we have any questions for you. Sophie? No? John?
Just one quick one. You mentioned North Dunedin at the end in terms of geographical areas, and specifically what part of North Dunedin?
Where any venues are or might be, because I'm speaking of future proofing, so that's what we need to do, and then something might pop up. Not specifically speaking of the Old Cook, But, I mean, that's the only music venue around there. And of course, there's the university and now, but there may be something else.
It's just that it would go into a map if we decide.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so North Dunedin as in the student area.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
not Northeast Valley.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any further questions, clarification, but thanks very much for coming in and for writing out those speaking notes for us. It's helpful.
Pleasure.
Our next submitter is Robert Chapman.
Oops.
Can you possibly give you a map as well? Thank you.
So good morning and welcome, Mr. Chapman. So just to clarify, you're talking to us about a couple of areas of significant biodiversity value called C117 and C178, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, have you had an opportunity to look at what we call the Section 42A report that the officers write to us?
Possibly. I did read a report that was in came back one of the emails
Right.
from Zoe.
Now, the only reason I ask is that they've considered your submission and they've recommended to us some amendments to the areas that are covered.
Yeah, that'd be the one I did find that, yeah.
Okay, so you've seen that, and there were a couple of aerial photographs which had the original outline in red and then what they're recommending to us
Yes.
in green cross-hatching. So you've seen all that?
Yes.
Great, okay.
Which and another change goes some of the way to alleviating my concerns of it, but my overall thing is that it's not so much the principle of what you're trying to achieve, it's the way you went about it. I only found out about these completely by accident. Well, I own a farm and I also have I've got archaeological zones and tree zones, and while I was looking into them, I found there's mention of these ASBVs, and I'm like, oh, they sound like they're quite close to me. And after a bit of probing and talking to the planning department, I found out they're actually on the land that I farm. And by the time I confirmed they're on the land on my property, they're actually coming and effectively become law with no consultation from me. So that's my biggest issue. That if you come and talk to me beforehand, especially like this area here, I'd actually undertaken on that area a large joint venture with the Halo project, which connected to the Eco Sanctuary, and we'd already fenced off a large amount of that and planted it. And I would have been quite happy to have had protection put on that area that we've done. So my objection is that the initial thing has obviously just been someone on Google Maps, and they've gone and drawn circles around with vegetation they found interesting, and it wasn't until after I fussed that someone even came out and saw me. So but essentially that I'm a working farm, so that, as you can see on the map that I handed round, there's fence lines there, and like there's areas like this, and over here, they're in separate paddocks, and just at the present time also I have hopefully that will be rectified eventually. Fence lines that are marked on the map but are due for replacement, so they're no longer stop proof, so I have been running them as whole blocks. was that under law, at an ASPV, you're not supposed to graze livestock on it. So when the DCC are effectively my landlord, they hadn't contacted me prior to saying that this is coming into effect. And so it actually affected large areas of land that means I couldn't run livestock on it. After talking to the planning department, they did say that in the interim that I would probably be hard to prosecute because I'd be able to claim existing use. But that's existing use, so that means that if I change my farming system, or if any of those areas aren't grazed for a 12-month period, then my existing use falls. I've got a 14-year lease on this, so if someone watched me and I for 12 months didn't put, unlikely that didn't put animals on those blocks, that I could then be prosecuted for something that I didn't have any control over and would have not have even found out about if I had been looking at something else. I would have, if you come to me beforehand, I would have been quite amenable to working with you to find a solution to for an area of significant biodiversity. It's just my objection is mostly the way you've gone about it. If you come to me and said, we're interested in protecting some areas on this land, I would have been quite receptive. But, because at the moment I pay money to the DCC. I pay both the rates and lease. How much that is? $16,617.48 a year, plus rates of $2,924. So I pay that money, and you've effectively taken, as both my landlord and rule maker, you've taken some of that away from me without even consulting me, and even offering any either remedial action or compensation. I'm also a landlord. I own a rental house. If I told my tenant I can't use that bedroom anymore, he would either be asking for a reduction in rent, or he would say, "Can I have some remedial, action for this? Can you provide me some storage or something like that?" Especially if I just come and dropped it in out of the blue on no warning.
All right. Well, we understand your concerns about the process. I'll just see if we have any questions for you, Jim.
There's probably more questions for staff there about the process. So you're saying that you were not, as a tenant of the lessee,
Yeah.
you were not told by your landlord who was actually
Yeah.
that this was happening.
Yeah. So this land is it's called DCC leasehold, which from my basic understanding of it, it's actually Crown-owned land, but it's a wee bit like the high country stuff that as long as I pay that lease money, it's effectively mine. It can't be taken off me. I can sell it or transfer it. If I stop paying the money, it can be taken off me, but then I would forfeit all any improvements or anything on the property.
So in terms of these two areas, the ASBV areas, are they currently fenced off?
Which, if you have a look on the map I've got there,
Are those green lines?
those green lines are fences. So a good chunk of this one is an area there, which is actually, that's the bit that Zoe, who came out, has taken off a bit over there. The rest of this is actually, that bit there at the moment is mostly fences, a bit here that's not.
Right.
Over here. So a lot of it was fenced in that. That was the Halo project I talked about. This other one down here, there is a fence, there's a paddock like this essentially.
Right. Okay.
And that is just one bit of the fence that's pretty tight, but So there's an area up here which is still sort of paddock.
Yeah.
And there's a fence line for here. So these bits here are also in the in an existing paddock, which is about 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, so at the moment, yeah, this section here, I can't, it's very hard to exclude animals there without excluding 13 hectares of useful paddock. And this one here, I only graze this one sporadically, but it's a paddock up here, that's quite a steep face there, so I don't graze that one. I don't have animals on there all the time. It'd probably be a few months a year, and then there's this bush down here that if you have animals on here, they can get in here. They also have an access track that runs through the back of it as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well thanks very much for that, and we do appreciate you coming in. We acknowledge your concerns about the process. I'm not a councillor, I'm an independent commissioner based in Matthew, but these two are councillors, so I'm sure they've taken that message on board. And
Yeah, so you basically have to talk to me, or even remedial action, like we'll put these in, we're going to help them pay, we're going to pay for them to be fenced, or pay for particularly that one up there. There's quite a lot of gorse around this area here, which needs control. If I completely fence it off, it'll get worse, and then I'll have to hard for me to control around the boundaries of it. But yeah, so if the company said we want to do this, we're going to offer to help fence some of it off. It's a very expensive country to fence this. That fencing for the one up here, I think the whole project was 160 or something, but close to 100 of it was just in fencing. So it's a very expensive country to fence because it's steep. They have to put a digger or a bulldozer first before they can bang a fence post in, essentially. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
It'll be outside this process slightly, but it's the practice of the council wanting to protect areas of city.
Yes, yeah.
Especially when it's their own land. You'd be likely to see policy developed around working with the leasee to make sure that it can get done and bearing some of the costs that that's a council project.
Yeah.
It's outside this process, but we can take that part.
Yeah, you can take it back. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much for coming in.
Questions?
No, that's all good. Understood. Yeah.
It's a cold day today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, our next submitter is Hugh Harlow. Well, good morning and welcome.
Cool. Shall I begin?
Absolutely, yeah.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Hugh Harlow, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Safe Dunedin Live Music. My background is as a musician, sound engineer and educator. I currently hold the position of Senior Professional Practice Fellow in Music Production at the University of Otago. I've taught sound engineering in Auckland and London, and I've taught acoustics at Otago Polytechnic School of Architecture. Thank you for allowing me time to speak today. Other submitters have already highlighted the importance of live music to the city, so I'll be reasonably brief. Ōtepoti Dunedin has a proud history as a music city, and it's a history that the council and other groups such as the university trade on to this day. We can hear Tally Ho in the recent university ads, for example. And the historical, but also the current music activity in the city is something that we should treasure and encourage. Live music and entertainment are an essential part of a vibrant city. Live music has been shown to contribute significantly to the local economy, and there is strong evidence that shows that live music contributes to alcohol-related harm reduction, which is something that I think is important, particularly with our student population. Current music venues are under threat from inner city development, and this makes the situation precarious at the moment, as previous submitters have suggested often if we lose certain things, it becomes more difficult to get them back. If we want to see the next Dunedin Sound or the next 660, let alone acts that perform at the level of other major touring artists, then we need a healthy grassroots music scene that provides a pathway into that level of performance and achievement. The amount of work that is needed, I think, to support and encourage a vibrant music scene in any city, particularly in order to put Dunedin, is wide-ranging. There's a lot of activities that I think we need to undertake in order to support this. This particular discussion around improved acoustic insulation standards is just a small part of that, and we are working with council and other groups to try and address many of the other factors that will influence this thing. So, focusing on the matter at hand, I would like to say that I believe that so I'm going to use technical terms that I hope are acceptable. The standard of DNTW plus CTR of greater than 40 would be an ideal target for acoustic insulation in the CBD and related areas. I do have to say, however, that I do agree with most of the points raised by Mr. Trevathan in the evidence document that was presented. There are some points that I disagree with, which we'll come to in a minute. Mr. Trevathan's discussion of the proposed increase to a DNTW plus CTR of greater than 35 is very detailed and robust. I think he makes some very good arguments for that standard. One thing I am concerned about is that the suitability of the standard for new builds is very reliant on this actually coming into practice, because I do in some cases have concerns about, for example, compliance to those standards, the difference between perhaps what a design might look like on paper, employing the acceptable building standards that are presented in the Appendix 9A of the district plan, and then how the building might actually appear, depending on whether or not those building techniques are accurately followed. For example, the standard, by the way, the DNTW plus CTR does specify real-world performance, not on-paper performance. So it's probably beyond the scope of this particular discussion, but it would be interesting to know whether or not some actual assessment of new builds in terms of perhaps spot checks or other assessment is actually something that is a viable approach, for example. The aspect of the proposed solution that I don't agree with is the fact that the increased insulation requirement is applying only to bedrooms. I believe that the increase should cover all habitable spaces. What in the district plan are described as noise-sensitive areas, which essentially covers all residential spaces other than those such as laundries, bathrooms, or hallways, spaces where people don't tend to spend a lot of time or are not engaging in noise-sensitive activities. I believe that the extension of the coverage to all noise-sensitive areas would go a long way to meeting the goals of my colleagues who have suggested an increase in the actual standard itself to 40. And I believe there are three main reasons why I would suggest this. One of them is that increasingly we live in a world in which people work from home. Dunedin, many years ago, ran a successful Gigatown campaign, in part based on the idea that this would attract sort of digital nomads, people who could work remotely for national or international businesses, taking advantage of high-speed internet. Personally, I know a number of these people. Many of them work strange hours depending on the company they're working for, and all of them would benefit from increased acoustic insulation in non-bedroom noise-sensitive areas to allow them to be more effective home offices. Another reason why I believe this is the extension is useful and important is that, as another submitter has mentioned, increased acoustic performance often correlates with increased thermal performance, and some of the recommended building solutions outlined in Appendix 9A, such as double glazing, should just generally be part of building anyway to ensure warm, healthy homes, particularly in a city that does, unfortunately, have a reputation for substandard and cold housing stock. Finally, and I believe most importantly, is the fact that a non-bedroom noise-sensitive area, when a building is built, could very easily later be repurposed into a bedroom area. And so, in order to future-proof new builds in these areas, one could imagine, for example, a family moving into the city, having a child and turning their office into a child bedroom or something like that. Essentially, any room that really could serve as a bedroom probably should meet these standards. So, to summarise, I believe that if the coverage was extended to all noise-sensitive areas of new dwellings, then I would support the proposed standard of 35, or even better, 40, although I do recognise the associated compromises involved. Finally, one last point, which is not directly related to this, but there was, I'd like to just very quickly draw attention to a comment in Mr. Trevathan's report highlighting that some centres in Aotearoa allow up to 65 LAEQ sound emissions from venues, and I believe that Dunedin should meet that same standard. Particularly as existing venues, such as the Crown, will find it very difficult to retrofit acoustic insulation to without enormous cost and time delays. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and certainly from my perspective I appreciate the objectivity of your submission to us this morning. I find it quite refreshing in terms of the concessions that you've made and in terms of your view on the 35, if it's applied to all habitable spaces, being something that you could live with personally, so thank you for that. I'll just see if we have questions for you.
Yeah, just a couple. The DNTW CTR, how is that performance measured? Because you said it's a performance measurement rather than just
So typically this would involve measuring sound levels in an environment with a known sound level outside. This measurement includes a correction factor for interior reverberation. The CTR is a correction factor for traffic noise, which doesn't necessarily quite account for additional low frequency content from live music, but is probably close enough. So yeah, there are standards. There are New Zealand standards for making these measurements.
Staff that follows that one up during the building inspection process. If this becomes part of the district plan, presumably this becomes part of the building inspection process as well.
When the building comes into the council, there's a plan which is the revised provisions of the plan, so that they tie into the plans as well. Achieve that. I would have to find out what the building seems to be the practice of these which are certainly talking about it as they go down.
It's very point up, you have to standard in there, but if it doesn't, how do you guarantee that the building or the apartment was constructed that it actually does actually meet the intended standards?
Under the current plan, developers either have to submit a certificate from an acoustic engineer or follow a list of already determined construction methods, and it's assumed after that that the building would meet those standards. And it's reasonable to assume that if the builder followed those standards, that yes, it would.
Yes, there'll be an engineering report required before you start construction, which will have to be okay, which, like I understand it, but I think, it seems to me a reasonable thing that the end would check at the very end.
I've been involved in a number of studio builds, all of which have been done by very competent acoustic architectural firms, and all of which, upon completion, have been found to not meet the specification in a variety of ways because perhaps corners were cut or misunderstandings existed about exactly how some aspects of those needed to be built. Now, this is a spec far higher than we're suggesting for residential performance, but it's quite common.
And you're asking, and it's been a fairly common thing, that not just defining this to bedrooms, but to all habitable spaces. And you pointed out that there's activities that go on in those other spaces that could also be sensitive to noise. Would it also be true to say that if you, I don't know if the correct term is the shell, but if you have not insulated the whole shell of the structure, and you've got an uninsulated exterior wall, then noise is going to penetrate through that wall.
One thing that is not entirely clear, in fact I should check the plans, I would assume that a bedroom, in order to meet the existing standards, would need the interior walls to meet certain specifications as well, even if a hallway, an uninsulated hallway exists next door. I think in section 9A it includes appendix 9A includes interior wall designs.
Yeah, I'm just looking at yeah, that's that is on that now.
Yeah, so if it doesn't include interior walls, then we're relying almost exclusively on the exterior envelope to achieve the acoustic insulation. And if you had a bedroom that was adjacent to a hallway that had no such requirement for acoustic insulation, and the interior walls were not up to scratch, then you're just putting a hole in it, really.
Which gets back to the cost of construction. If you were to do the bedrooms, you have to do the interior walls because you haven't done the envelope. Versus if you do the envelope, how much do you have to do the interior walls if you've done the envelope?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a builder, but I would assume that putting more work into the envelope and then having to put less work into the interior walls would probably be better.
Well, I'm just thinking for the committee to consider the impact of building expense because it sits in the report.
Yeah, I mean,
Going to a higher standard will cost more money, but also potentially doing it just to the bedrooms may not be a very cost-effective way to do it if you have to do the interior walls anyway.
yeah, and one of my questions is, do we expect residents to have to close bedroom doors in order to have good night's sleep?
And that door itself would be sound.
And that door itself would have to have an appropriate level of performance. Whereas if the entire exterior envelope of the building was appropriately treated, then they could leave doors open inside the house and not really worry as much. So,
I'm being concerned with the door safety as well. Sometimes I think the focus is on the bedrooms because there is actually a complaint and something that should be tested. We tested inside the bedroom where there are specific national requirements. But in terms of the role of the local authority, in terms of legislation, or busy, anything like that, in terms of district planning, it's meant to minimise tension between different activities. And I don't think there's particularly that there's only tension rising from the noises in the bedroom. So there is actually like real kind of expectation that the tension is minimised in the first place, whereas it might be measuring from one sense of perspective. So I think we have to cover out the rooms to do that.
Look, no further questions or clarification for me, but just for your information. I'm based in Napier and I do this kind of stuff all around New Zealand in terms of district plan hearings and resource consent hearings, and having internal noise limits or standards applied to all habitable rooms within dwellings is not an unusual approach. Yeah.
thank you.
All right, but thanks very much for coming in. Do appreciate the evidence you presented to us this morning.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is not due until 10 a.m, so we'll just adjourn until some more submitters arrive. Well, good morning and welcome. Thanks for coming in this morning. And just to confirm my understanding, you were talking about tree TX006, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, well, we'll look forward to hearing what you have to say this morning.
Thank you. Kia ora, my name is Tess Kingsbury and I am the owner of 44A Elliott Street in Andersons Bay, where the tree named Rex is located. I bought the property in 2021 and the tree and the old Sunday school made up the main reasons for purchasing the property, and with the design that unfolded over the next 12 months, it was critical that the tree was part of that design because it afforded the glass house the shelter it needed in summer and the protection in summer and the egress of sunlight in winter, being a deciduous tree. The church at the time didn't know how old the tree was. Some say that it would have been planted when the hall was built in 1950. However, some of the congregation believe the tree was there much longer. I haven't found any evidence. However, the arborist that has been involved with the tree says that the tree is far older than 100 years. I went to great efforts when I purchased the property to have the service trenching cling to the boundaries, which was more expensive because the direct line was straight through the middle of the tree. So I was, by choice, made the trenching go from the property that you can see where the angled driveway is. The trenching clings to the boundary lines. The neighbour, which you can see on this plan, this aerial view, which is at the top right, Donna Smith nominated the tree when the property first went up for sale in 2021 with the idea that she was going to protect the tree from being cut down. Certainly everyone that I rubbed shoulders with while looking at the property were definitely going to cut the tree down because it stands on the northwestern side and obviously has a huge impact in terms of solar gain. However, I only saw the benefits rather than the negatives of the tree because it is a spectacular looking tree. So the tree was made famous in 2023 when it featured and was introduced as Rex to a national audience on Grand Designs New Zealand, and he certainly has the lion's share of that episode, and you can see on that episode how much effort and how much priority I gave the tree, given that it is a bottlenecked site and that is where all of the access to the site stood. Even to that end, have an agreement, a formal legal agreement with the church to have all of the construction and the shipping container based on their property for the duration of the build, which was just over 12 months. I had the arborist come out at the end of 2021 to initially trim the tree because Rex's fingertips were rubbing quite musically along the corrugated iron roof, so I had his fingernails trimmed, and at that time I sought advice from the arborist who said this tree needs a very light touch. He's an old boy. He doesn't need prolonged, more, what's the word I'm struggling with? He doesn't need a bigger hit more in a more prolonged series. He needs regular trimming and lighter trimming, otherwise there is a risk that the tree goes into shock. So I took on that advice and kept Peter on as the arborist. He was then called back again in 2022 to trim Rex's fingers from around the chimney flue at the northern end of the property. Again, a light touch, and there was a very unfortunate, highly televised accident with the tree that involved one of the skip relocation chaps who split one of the branches, which put me in a mad flood and burst me into tears. So the arborist again came out and stropped the tree and propped it in the hopes that that limb would join or heal. It didn't, so the arborist was out at the beginning of this year where he trimmed that branch down that was compromising another branch. So that's the only sad story I have about Rex. My concern about heritage listing the tree, originally I was quite excited about it until I read some of the restrictions. I think the restrictions in the consenting process would force me to have a longer span in the tree maintenance and force me to do a more significant trimming. I think the tree is 100% protected under my watch. He has been a very big priority throughout this whole journey that I've been associated with that property. I love him very much, and I believe I am the best caretaker of Rex, and I think my history has shown that. Should I ever sell the property, which has been named my forever home, so it's very unlikely, I would nominate the tree in order to protect him, because I did get that there was a very large appetite for the tree to be removed in my interactions with both the congregation and the other hopeful purchasers of the hall. It was also my commitment to protecting and preserving the tree that meant that I was successful in purchasing the property, because the church didn't go for the highest bidder. They went for me because they knew that both the hall and the tree would be in a safe pair of hands. I've subsequently talked to Donna Smith, and she is a good friend, and she has put also in a submission to recant her nomination, also noting that her submission was completely ineffective in preserving the tree because I had no contact from the DCC for nearly 2 years after her nomination was there. Lastly, I will state that contact with the DCC's representatives, the arborist who came out, was less than complimentary. I was criticised for everything beyond my control and not recognised for any of the efforts that I had made to keep the trenching away from the tree and keep the tree protected. So that, I think, in effect, further confirmed to me that I am the best guardian of this tree, and I would like that to remain so. Thank you so much for listening. I hope I wasn't too repetitive. I will leave off saying that Rex is both a design partner and a companion, and I would die in a ditch before I let anything happen to him.
Well, thank you very much for that. See if we have any questions, please.
I just have a question about the tree fund. When the arborists come out, did they talk about that if the tree was scheduled that you would have access to the tree fund?
Yes, they did, and I'd also done some research, and I recognise that there is a fund. I believe, from my distant memory now, would have been over 2 years ago, it was around $500 per annum, but I could be very wrong with that. But at the time, I recognised that even to get Peter out to consult on the tree, let alone pick up a tool or climb the tree, that would pale into relative insignificance, unfortunately.
And I'm just asking about, you've taken, because I visited your place during a Heritage Homes tour, I think it was, a number of years ago, and the tree is amazing. It is protected under your watch. I guess what this plan change is doing is or looking to do is to try and protect it in perpetuity. How do you feel about that? Is that perpetuity versus, but you have it for a certain amount of time. The church is very keen to protect it, and the scheduled tree is there for that protection. Do you feel that the negatives outweigh the benefits on that?
I do feel the negatives outweigh the benefits, given my experience with this process, and noting that the tree was nominated to save the tree, and that, as you would know, I think the tree could have come down 100 times a day for the 2 years it took for anyone to contact me. And certainly under, as I said, everyone else, there was a couple of builders that wanted to develop the site, there were even the dance group that wanted to purchase the property to have dance classes there. All of them were going to remove the tree, and the church had certainly gone through the whole process with the congregation of letting the tree go. They thought it was inevitable that the tree would come down, A, because of its location, B, because of the service access way that had been drawn up as part of the sale, which hugs the far side of that driveway and then comes directly along that angled back bitumen path. You can see it's a direct line right through the middle of the red dot to the building. So they had already given up and gone through their own sort of counselling process because they believed the tree would need to go. And like I said, the tree was very much part of my vision, and I don't believe the building can actually exist as a glass house in Dunedin without that tree. So it's in my best interest for the property and for livability to retain and maintain that tree. She looks spectacular covered in foliage. She also looks spectacular completely naked, which she is at the moment. But when I purchased the property, I went through a whole 6-month process of trying to get the service access way down between the vicarage and the church, the two darker red tin roofs, which would have put me in direct alignment with the building and avoided any impact with the tree. And the costs of doing that were exorbitant, and it turned out it wasn't viable because of the proximity of the vicarage with the church building. I think the journey that I've been on has been without the tree heritage listed, and I can see that if the tree had been heritage listed throughout my journey, it would have cost me more and it would have been another stress that I just didn't need as part of it. Certainly the damage that the tree suffered in 2022 when the skip removal crane cracked its tertiary branch, I could recognise would not have happened if there had been an arborist on site at huge cost, for the duration of that timing. But again, I was criticised for rebitumening the driveway and not recognised for underneath the canopy of that tree. Just south of that red dot was a huge concrete pad that was angled around the tree that I removed in order to, assist Rex in a longer and healthier life. And the bitumen that I put back was only to replace the bitumen that was already there. So I effectively uncovered his canopy area by 30%. Which I think was a win. Certainly the arborist that visited did not think that was a win.
Thank you. I just want to ask the staff a question. What's the usual time span between someone nominating a tree and it coming to a hearing like this?
Well, the last time scheduled trees were like
10 years. Okay. Thank you.
And follow it up, that's the only mechanism. So in other words, there's only been one activity in 2 years. And if someone put one in 9 years ago, that would be quite in 9 years.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. That almost happened.
And that has to go through a plan change for the development. Is there a possibility that the utility establish a plan change and generate a list of trees that are intended for the next plan change?
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Maybe you'll call the nominee. That's all that is.
Yeah.
So if I can just try to boil your presentation down into one thing. You're more or less arguing the fact that you are the better of the two entities, the owner rather than the council, to give protection to this tree.
Yes.
And so I guess then the question is one that Councillor Clark already asked. Most of these trees will last about all of us. And so I guess where's the protection coming at that point? But we obviously got an opportunity to consider this list perhaps more often than once every 10 years. Would you, if we were to not give a protection, what mechanism exists to give it protection at some point in the future in your eyes?
Promissory note in my handwriting with my signature. I think it's obvious from particularly these updated photos that the tree is very much part of the property, and should I ever sell the property, I would think that anyone that purchased the property would recognise that as well. It's definitely a building and a tree. There are other things happening on the property, but the two are very much interlinked. The building would not succeed without the tree, which was not an accident. You know, it was an opportunity that was taken. So, in my submission, I think, should I ever sell the property for whatever reason, and we never know what's coming up, do we? I would potentially nominate the tree myself, but I am so aware that nominating the tree, as you've said, doesn't really afford it the protection that we all think it will. Works way down the track. I'm still in the phase where I'm looking to Rex daily to make sure that there are no impacts from the trenches that were still underneath this canopy, as you can see. Those trenches were 1 metre wide and sort of went out at 90 degrees along both boundaries, but they were still under the canopy of this tree, and I can tell you it was very much not a comfortable day for me. And I was incredibly relieved that there was no major arteries severed in those trenches. However, the arborist said anything bigger than a finger is significant, and while I know that, I didn't want an arm or a leg to be cut off. For me, it was, what else do I do? I can't live in a building that has no services, nothing, no stormwater, no sewerage, no power.
So when we're considering the protection of the tree in the future, would you like us to take into account in our consideration that by virtue that you have a building structure where you have and having it intimately related with the tree, that in fact its status of risk has gone down, and before it was when you bought property where all developers were looking at this sectional line. Now you have a structure and a living entity that are interrelated with each other, so therefore that in itself may give protection in the future.
I believe it does. I don't think that people understood that initially, and I think they very much understand it now. The house is regularly involved in tours. It was in the breast cancer tour earlier this year, and it will be part of the school art house tours in November and the Cargill Enterprises tour in September. So the tree gets a lot of public exposure. It still has the sign, the handmade sign underneath it that says "Don't touch it." Sorry, don't touch it. Which was inspired after the accident with the skip truck driver. There is a fence that is built, which you can't see in this image, a fence that was built that comes right up to the tree, both sides, so the tree is either in the front yard or backyard, to the left or right of it. And for me, that was a design thing that said the tree comes first, everything else doesn't step around it, it's sort of and to that effect, the fence posts don't actually go through the ground up against the tree. They're just sitting on pavers, and there is, the fence posts further away go into the ground. But every one of those was hand dug by me to make sure we didn't hit an artery. So the answer to your question is yes, I do believe it affords it greater protection. The building would not be successful without the tree.
Elsewhere in the country, I've come across a situation where landowners who are keen to preserve trees long past their ownership of the property have put a covenant on their title protecting those trees. Have you thought about that as an option?
No, but that is something I would absolutely be willing to do.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonably straightforward process, and then if once the covenant's on the title, it can only be removed either at the request of a property owner, or the council can initiate a removal of a covenant, but it has to go through a process where they look at the effects of removing the covenant, so it does give it quite a degree of protection.
That is an awesome idea, and well worth my time here. I did not know that you could do that. So,
Yeah. So if you just go to any lawyer who deals with conveyancing matters, they would know about how to go about that.
oh, great. Yeah. I think that's an excellent option.
Yep.
Because it would afford the protection of the tree should I no longer be its caretaker.
Yeah, it gives it quite a degree of legal protection.
Yes, great. Thank you.
All right, well, no further questions or clarification from me, but thanks very much for coming in this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening. Kia ora.
Next submitter, Russell Lund. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Lund. Thanks for coming in this morning. We look forward to hearing what you would like to say to us about, I think, acoustic insulation is the topic.
Thank you, Commissioners. Do I have to lean forward, or can you hear me here?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. Firstly, it's good to be back in one of my greatest community triumphs, the Settlers Museum. 10 or 12 years on, it's looking great. And secondly, I don't know if Commissioners have had a chance to read the response in full. I know you've had a great volume of paperwork, but it is a strident response, and I don't make any apology for that, because I am quite staggered at the lack of rigour in the Styles report, and it's almost as if there was one heavy hand of the music lobby on the shoulder of the Styles group when they wrote their report. And we're going to go into that. I'm just going to hit some of the major points of my submission. You know, at paragraph 20 in the council report, it sort of summarises things and says, overall, Save Dunedin and Live Music wanted the changes to the acoustic rules to go further, and developers wanted the changes to be removed. Well, that's a statement of a blindingly obvious, and it appears that council was going to give equal weight to both views, and council should not, because it's obvious that the group that's causing the problem don't care about efficient or practical solutions, or if a solution is even necessary, because there isn't any cost to them. So they expect others to pay for mitigation so that they can indulge in the activities, often at venues where there's been no effort made to be responsible neighbours or operators. So there are 5 things that I believe show that the plan change is really, it's not even required. And the first one is that looking at the level of complaints. So over a 2-year period, there were exactly 2 complaints about excessive noise. And we understand that these are from one absentee apartment owner who visits Dunedin infrequently, and we believe is no longer there. But so the whole premise of the campaign is on 2 complaints. Now, if the council was going to act on 2 complaints on any matter, you'd have paralysis. You'd get nothing done. So it's problematic in the extreme that this whole thing has been promoted because of 2 complaints. The next thing is that the plan or the report claims that there's going to be a lack of venues, that venues for live music are under threat. Well, how can council and the report and the various parties involved explain that since that report was written, there have been 2 new venues opened, and they are the Eric's Music Venue and the Moons Bar, and I believe there might even be another one. And I do know, because I know the owners of the Moons Bar, that it's been an outstanding success. And they have taken measures to mitigate the sound. They are in Princess Street. They are in the middle of the Princess Street across the road from the Heritage Hotel with 200 guest rooms. So the next point I want to stress is that and it's quite frankly unbelievable, at paragraph 549, the report acknowledges that the insulation requirements to the music venues themselves has the potential to be more effective and efficient than requiring insulation of the receiving apartments. So how do we get that extraordinary admission and then recommend to do the exact opposite? On what basis could that be considered practical, logical or sensible? And then they try and limit the damage here at paragraph 550, saying, oh, but the plan already manages noise emissions from music venues by the application of the noise limits. Well, it's pretty blindingly obvious that if the music venues complied with the noise limits, we wouldn't have a problem, but they don't. And the 5 decibel increase is not going to make any difference, because drums, it's well known in live music that a snare drum can achieve up to 120 decibels, and simply trying to create an extra layer of protection with 5 is going to do virtually nothing. And the reality is that the council has not tested any of these venues. It hasn't, before it went into action and promoted this acoustic requirement and got reports written, it didn't actually test the problem to know what would actually work, if anything. And so at the next paragraph, it's quite extraordinary to me that the council has said that the noise should be measured at the boundary of the receiving property, not at the venue itself. Now, I know from experience, because I went through a resource consent process for my lonely mercantile building, and noise was one of the major issues that council promoted. And most definitely, they did not allow people like Farah Engineering and other industrial operators to measure noise at the boundary of my building, or we had to measure it at the boundary of our building. And so council has an obligation to be transparent and equitable around where they're going to measure the parameters to measure noise. The other thing is that some venues in Dunedin have spent a considerable amount of money on soundproofing their venues, and the council response basically benefits venues that have done nothing. As I said, I've already mentioned the Moons facility, and the Musicians Club also have spent a considerable amount of money on soundproofing. So, in effect, this policy supports what we could call the deadbeats of the live music scene, and it ignores and penalises by moral hazard the efforts of the other responsible operators. The next point I want to make is that the Harbourside Edge, which is my particular area of concern, although it's not exclusively, because I do believe that citywide this acoustic rule change is not required. It's included in these rule changes. Now, there are a couple of very relevant points here. There are only 4 buildings on the north side of the Harbourside Edge, and I own 3 of them, and the other one is the Custom House Grill, which operates as a restaurant and has done for 20 years, and it's got no plans to have live music. So I've got no plans to include live music, and so I think at the very least, council could schedule those buildings, as we have done in another recent hearing environment court action, to specifically exempt those buildings from the acoustic noise. And it's relevant and germane to the rules, because we are in the process of redeveloping. It's probably one of the largest heritage buildings in Dunedin. We're well through it, and we don't. It's very difficult to achieve that. And the evidence that it's very difficult to achieve can be seen in the efforts of about 5 or 6 other large-scale apartment developments of heritage buildings in Dunedin that have failed in the last 5 years. They've had grand ideas, grand ambitions, grand announcements in the ODT that this is going to proceed, and they've all fallen by the wayside. And the reason they've fallen by the wayside is that it's extremely difficult to make a heritage building redevelopment into residential apartments economic and viable, and that the apartments I refer to are the Fairmaid and Chance building at Moray Place, number 1 King Street, that's actually a new build, All Bell Chambers at Stewart Street, and the King Edward Polytech building, and also another new build development at Fallow Street. And the reason that these apartments have not proceeded is because it's death by 100 cuts. It's death by 100 extra requirements and things like this, and things like the lead paint issue that's been in the news in the ODT recently. And so if council wants, as it says in the district plan, rule 2.4.2, they want to preserve heritage buildings and they want the active use of built heritage, then they need to consider what the regulatory standards are that allow developers to economically do this. Dunedin doesn't enjoy high apartment values relative to other parts of New Zealand, and so it's extremely difficult to make this work. And the next point is probably the biggest issue, which just shows the almost complete redundancy of the recommendations from the Styles Group, and that is at paragraph 531, they concede, that says, and I quote, "It's noted that acoustic insulation only applies to new activity, not to lawfully established residential activity. This provision cannot be overridden, and it may mean that some conflict between activities needs to be managed by alternative methods outside the plan." So what is the point of legislating for a minuscule number of new apartments when the hundreds of existing ones don't receive any benefits and the complaints will continue? It's just mule-like thinking to think that we can find a solution by imposing new requirements on a minuscule number of new builds. And any reasonable or sentient person would think that if alternative solutions outside the plan can be found for existing apartments, as the council states, then why don't we just use those alternative solutions for the extremely small number of new ones as well? So the solution for council is actually to generate or to make a no complaints provision in the plan. And this is something that we discussed with DCC Noise Control years ago when the resource consent for the Lona Mercantile building was being in plan. And the council don't like this approach. And they put up a number of vague objections about a no complaints covenant at paragraph 555, but they're lightweight. And what they say, and I quote, is that they claim that they're not best practice, that they may not end up adequately managing the issues. But council can't escape the irrefutable fact that they're used in Auckland on a large scale. It seems that, and this was my experience with the Lona Mercantile building, what council are most concerned about is that the noise officers might have to do some work, and this is seen as an imposition. And I quote the council's response, that any complaints about noise would still need to be investigated in the usual manner. Well, I say, so what? And further, the council has displayed a deafening silence on what these alternative methods may be, or even if they're feasible. So it's extraordinary that they could acknowledge this and then not even address some specific proposals, because without it, your problem is going to continue with the hundreds of existing apartments that are here in Dunedin. That's really all I've got to say.
Thank you for that. I'll see if we have questions for you. Do you have any questions? So, any questions? Mr. Lund, I don't have any questions for you either. Don't take that as a criticism. It just means that the points you made to us have been clearly understood, and so we thank you for that.
I think the evidence is overwhelming, and I think, as I said, it's incredible to me that the report could acknowledge a basic fact, then recommend the opposite, and I'm very sure that a judicial review or a High Court judge would not escape his notice. So I'll leave it there.
Right, our next submitter, is it Gerald Holmes? Yes. Yeah, good morning and welcome. Come on up.
Thank you for hearing me this morning. It's been good to sit and listen to the other ones, and you've got a nice relaxed atmosphere, so that's very good, thank you. I've got a property at 176 McDonald Road, Woodside, and it was purchased, well, it was meant to be the 1st of May, but it was going to go through, and on the 30th of April, we understood that the council wished to come and view some trees around a Potokat forest that's there. It's a deer fenced block, and the deer totally thrashed the floor of that block prior to about 2 years before purchase. when some plantings were done to try and improve things, and deer were kept out of the block. So they're mature trees, and I've got the lawyer to do the groundwork with you guys, and he's written down a list of things, but presumably you have about the reasons why we believe that these trees shouldn't be scheduled. They're right in the middle of the block, and so I'm here to support the council and DOC in not seeking to have the podocarp trees at 176 McDonald Road scheduled. Mangatoa View Limited took possession of the 100-hectare block in June 2025. I see the scheduling of these trees as highly subjective and outright bold attempt to nullify my property rights. The trees have been in private ownership for 175 years. 40 years of deer farming had cleared forest floor with only the largest trees surviving. The trees are hidden from public view, being in the middle of the block, obscured by hawthorn hedges and other shelter belts. And reading through the DOC second generation plan, there are references to voluntary, significant and onerous compliance to avoid. The STEM system of valuing trees is urban-based and to do with visual and social amenity values. This is a rural property. The trees are well past viewing. The local Sinclair wetlands iwi, Patika Kai O Tura, as a nursery should be collecting seeds from some of these podocarps and has done some peripheral plantings in the block where the trees are. The block is deer fenced, predator controlled in place, and regular weed spraying of gorse and broom. The idea is to regenerate the forest floor by seed carried by bird droppings and to encourage the ecosystem so that when the large older trees die, as they do, others can take their place. It's not too far from the lovely DOC controlled area at the end of the Mangatoa mountain. The iwi group nursery this week is going to plant 1,200 plants along the streams that run into this block. So I don't believe that there needs to be any scheduling at all. I agree with the council's proposal that they don't need to be, and DOC has had no interest in looking after them. As a dairy farmer, I'm used to having a good pattern dairy farm. All the paddocks are a neat size, everything's measured. We have to do a lot of compliance stuff, and I just see this as a totally nonsense thing that was brought to your attention, the scheduling of these trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. The trees there that we can see in the aerial photograph, are they fenced off?
They're fenced.
Do you do any kind of predator control within that fenced off area?
Yeah, for possums.
Yeah.
Mainly.
And what's the understory like? Is it recovering, given you do the possum control?
Sorry.
The understory, apart from the trees themselves, or what's?
Oh, there's nothing. It's just dead black ground from the deer having trashed it.
Right.
They've also checked the biggest tree on the block, and that's been patched up with a rubber bandage. And it's only been the last couple of years that they probably realised that they had a valuable asset there that needed to be looked after again.
And so there's no stock grazing under the trees at the moment, or? No.
Oh, can I just ask a question? Yeah. Have you applied for a biodiversity grant from council, which helps sometimes with fencing and with looking after areas like that?
I did see that was available, but I understood that the numbers, the opportunity for the numbers are going to be quite low, and it was in my interest to actually have a project that I could get involved in myself, extra. The local iwi trees There's quite a variety of trees, totara, silver beech, broadleaves, kakatea, kanuka, ribbonwood, along with flax and toys and that. And they're about $10 a plant, so that's about $12,000 all up, plus planting. And I'm not too sure how many plants they'll plant per hour, but I imagine it could be up to about 20,000 just for cutting out streams that run down into that woodland pile.
Yeah, so you've got an active program that you're running yourself at the moment.
Yes.
Restoration and regeneration.
Yep. And there are a number of trees that have blown down and have been chopped up so that they are standing tall, so that they are liable to wind damage. The trees are probably 350 to 400 years old, but they're canopy trees, and without the base support in there, it's just going to die out.
Yeah. Just a question for the officers. So this particular listing on that property, is that a new one under PC1, or are these were they already listed?
Change tree two was just an amendment of the locations of the trees.
Oh.
So there's another yeah, so I can believe you to do that. There's quite a number of number of trees. So this mission was in the second meeting. I was rejected. It seems to me there's mostly trees on the property.
There is one tree on the Woodside Road boundary, so
Okay. Is that on the
It's up.
So there's no
that came on November report. There was one there. I couldn't figure out which
yeah,
one it
well,
was.
what's the mean of location on the number?
no listed trees.
That number?
T1195.
Okay. And that must be over the road, that block has to belong to this one, and must have come through a mine.
So the trees is related
So
to
not
the
scheduled.
don't relate to sites.
Right. The map that we were shown, that Greensward had put in is wanting to go, see a funny sort of squirrel around us.
So just to clarify, the trees that we see on the picture that are currently deer fenced aren't actually scheduled.
They're not scheduled, they
No.
wanted them to be scheduled.
No, they're not proposing to be scheduled. If they were scheduled, they had a tree, a T number on it.
Yes, but the day before possession, they were to be inspected for schedule.
Inspection.
The arborist and council officer were going to come in and inspect the trees to see whether they should be scheduled.
Is it going to be recording inspected?
And we object to that.
Yeah, we might have to contact us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From some submissions to improve trees. They were discussing any more submissions to propose the inclusion of those trees.
That's right.
Yeah. In the discussion to a recommendation from the council to include some trees. But how should we clarify?
You need to clarify that in reply, because this is a further submitter, the original submitter that's opposing submission 70.002 mainly says, it only says retain change tree 1, scheduled tree locations. So we'll have the officers clarify for us the situation about whether or not these trees are scheduled or not. So they'll come back to us on
No,
that.
they're definitely not scheduled now,
No.
because they went on one report.
What page is that? 256.
Right. understanding is the new RMA rules come out that if I can stop the
Aye.
schedule this year, then that'll
Okay, no, that's good. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, page 249 of the officer's report.
yeah, correct.
Commissioner O'Malley just pointed out. So they are proposed for scheduling or not?
Yes.
Okay.
It's what it's start looking at, basically.
Yeah.
That's a clarifying question.
Yeah.
So you've currently now fenced it off, you've now excluded stock from the area,
Yes.
and now you were going through a replanting, rehabilitation regime.
Yes, there's quite a bit of grass in there that's getting planted, and some of it has already been done. And the whole idea is you can get an ecosystem where the birds, bobbins from the woodside glen trees will come through and repopulate the forest floor.
I think you were here for the earlier presentations, talking about covenants and other such things. Have you ever considered putting a covenant on that?
No, I don't.
Yes.
I would sell it to somebody that wasn't prepared to put out the trees. It's probably ecotourism and things like that would be very good. And having scheduled trees would complicate issues probably.
Yeah, if you have a covenant on non-scheduled trees, which is say this is how I want the standard twisted tree. In other words, I don't want to cut down, you can't put that on your own property.
Right.
Yeah. Which gives protection that we're considering, that the council's considering, we want to put protection there, if there's already protection there, then the need goes as protection further away.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would prefer that option. It's quite onerous
Yeah.
trying to undo scheduling when things are wrong or something happens. The difference in a farmer, between a good farmer and a bad farmer is normally just a week. And if a tree blows down and you've got a week to saw it up,
Yeah.
you want to do it. You don't have to wait until harvest to come and do it. But they were scheduled.
So just the officers, I'll draw your attention to page 250 of the staff report. Fourth bullet point, you say you cannot recommend that these trees are included on the schedule. Page 250, fourth bullet point.
Or some trees though.
It's been the tow truck.
Yes.
There's a bunch of trees, and I think that some trees could be recommended, some couldn't. We need to clarify that understanding.
And there's also a few relates to partnerships as well.
Well, it specifically mentions 176 Woodside Road, isn't it? All right, so let's, we'll have the officers clarify exactly what has been recommended for scheduling, whether it's this group of trees or some other trees, and we'll consider that in our deliberations along with the points that you've brought to our attention this morning. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work you do with the trees.
Yes.
And for the possums that you have got possum socks on today.
It's a project that the kids want me off the farm, so I'll be getting the teeth into, so to speak.
No such thing as a retired there.
Thank
Right,
you.
thank you. So now we're adjourned until our next submitter, which is due at 11:15. That's all right. Thanks for coming in this morning. I see you've tabled some information for us, which is helpful. Are you happy just to lead us through that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My written submission, a couple of page summary stands, and I'm sure you've cited that.
Yep.
I have produced a couple of attachments, one that I'd like to run through with you this morning in a few minutes. We have essentially the photographs that are in that attachment one.
Great, thank you.
So just to put it in context,
Yep.
we have photographs 1, 2 and 3, which relate to the easternmost tree in the group that have been the subject of some clarification over recent times. That was originally argued by council that was part of the group of trees that were within our property at 35 Brayside. In reality, that particular tree is in road reserve. The Brayside road boundary is inside the hedge line here. And, so that's been acknowledged by the council subsequently. There's a couple of issues with that tree that is essentially council owned, therefore there is some, in my view, responsibility on council to be maintaining that tree if it's protected. The first photo there shows the overhanging branches this time of the year over that land of Brayside. There is some traffic issues there, not so much at this time of the year when it's bare, but when it's in leaf it does actually obstruct vision for traffic turning up into Female Drive. So just reinforcing that, totally up to council, roading folks to as to what they do about it. But from that point of view, just make sure that's on the record. Some of my neighbours have expressed that concern to me personally.
Yep.
Photograph 2 is the same tree viewed from inside the property. What you can see there is the roof of the old carriage building, which we're hoping to redevelop. That's showing the overhanging branches, something almost touching, in fact sometimes touching the roof of that. So that's causing some constraint around the ability to have that tree managed appropriately to allow development to occur in replacing the old garage. It will require resource consent in terms of the position of the existing garages with quite close proximity to the boundary, about a metre off the legal boundary. So I appreciate there's a planning process to go through there, but I can't really do that until we know the status of the tree and what maintenance or whatever will be undertaken by council. Photograph 3 is a further view just showing the canopy nature just with the roof of the garage in that area. So summarising that, first item of the two that I was keen to bring your attention to is obviously the future of that tree in terms of whether it's retained on the schedule or not. I'm totally open about that, not expressing any strong view. That's a matter for council, whether it's appropriate to be continued to be protected. But given that it is a council tree, I'd like to see it maintained or treated appropriately to not be too much of a nuisance, both inside and outside the boundary. I'd be quite happy if it was removed. It's not one that I'm personally attached to. The other trees in the group have a different status, so in terms of our personal perception. So I'll close off on that. That's just to give that picture of that single tree that's outside the group, outside the property but within the group. I don't too much notice my further notes there, it's covered in the summary statement that I've already created. Moving on to photograph 4. So this refers to the remainder of these photos refer to the other trees that lie within our property. They are unambiguously within our cadastral boundaries. So I'm just painting a bit of a picture as to the nature to which they affect the enjoyment of the property. I've been in this property for some 46 years. Part of the original purchase of it was, in fact, I enjoyed the trees there. It's quite a big property, 1,800 squares, just under half an acre. It has a nice little parkland setting and the trees are part of that. So the trees will be retained one way or the other, but they do need maintenance. So that's looking out towards Brayside. The driveway there in the bottom left of the picture shows the nature of the trees overhanging the entry and the driveway of the western trees. Similarly, photograph 5 is a view standing in the driveway near the eaves of the building, looking almost straight up, showing the nature of those trees in their winter view overhanging that part of the house and over the driveway. Photograph 6 is standing in the driveway looking down towards the garage that we saw in those earlier shots, again showing a very strong overhang of the trees out over the property and out over the driveway. Further view, looking back towards the house from near the garage, again showing the nature of the overhanging canopy over the building. Photograph 8 is the version, the printed version, has some highlights on it, hopefully as opposed to the one in the shot there. I've just flagged the background, which you may recall from the summary of my submission, the two-page summary, is that these trees have been badly hacked around. They were planted in 1923, so they're over 100 years old now. When we purchased the property in 1978 and moved in 79, there was still a myriad of overhead telephone wires, pre-cables in that day. There was something like 100 individual lines going down to the Waikato and the Cargill, etc. So over the years, the trees have been really hacked, that roadside where the wires passed through. So they were quite badly damaged, to put it bluntly. It's one of the reasons I was a bit surprised they were originally selected by council for protection, because they were far from good specimens. We enjoyed the shelter and the shade from them, but in terms of good specimens, they're not. This one is, they all got a bit of a lean on. This one is the most dramatic, that it's very heavily affected towards the house. Photograph 9 is one of the trees further towards the entry to the property. And this is one of the broken limbs that has come down in recent times in the wind, which I pointed out to council representatives, arborists and the like when they visited as part of this process. But they, from the best of my understanding, have failed to take account of the fact that these branches do fail, and they have failed, and they are still a risk without adequate maintenance to deal with the ones that are becoming overstressed. Another photograph just taken last evening, photograph 10, showing the limb that failed recently and still caught up in the canopy. That's about a 120, 140 mil branch there, not particularly big, but not the sort of thing that our insurers like to see for on our cars. I've just had one of my cars actually, there's quite a bit of panel beating to take out all the minor things of the falls of the trees apart from the driveway. That's my risk, but I'm stressing the fact that maintenance is required. Last photograph there, photograph 11, again taken last evening, so it's totally current, is standing down in the backyard of the house looking towards that, the driveway runs behind the house from the right to the left. So we're looking at those large trees, trying to picture the canopy there. They're pretty dramatic. So my point around these remaining ones that are definitely within our property is that we've been frustrated in terms of getting alignment with council on how they should be maintained. In fact, I still find somewhat confused as to the current council position I'm aware of, where the arborists and experts are saying there isn't any problem with the trees, and yet at a planning level, my understanding is the intention is going to be to delist them. Now, I have no opinion on whether they're retained or listed or not, but I am quite concerned as the householder that council haven't had them listed for a good reason, immediately valued, for now what, close to 30 years, with no commitment to working collaboratively to maintain them. In fact, frustrating my efforts to reach agreement on that. I know it's not initially the purpose of this hearing, but I feel there's an obligation on council to recognise the implication of that action over many years, and whatever decision is made in terms of the final status of that group, that council has in fact made some contribution negatively to their failure to be maintained, because they haven't been able to get agreement on what's appropriate. In fact, we're still in misalignment on that. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So, a few questions.
You've raised a point that some other submitters have raised, and it's, I guess, a little bit out of scope because you are, I guess, ambivalent about the protection or not, but it's around the maintenance of the trees. And can you just tell me a little bit more? You said that you were having discussions with council around maintaining the trees. Has that been going on for a wee while?
For a wee while. we had a bit of a confrontation around, I had thought the tree, the easternmost tree, the one that I showed from the roadside, those first 3 photographs, my understanding was that wasn't included in the group. There is actually 9 large oak trees in total. The protected schedule says 6 of those. I thought they were the ones further up the drive because they were the ones that were in our property. And in, of course, 2020, I said it was okay for the neighbour to trim some of those branches off that easternmost one and make a nuisance into their property because I didn't think it was protected. So I didn't seek a consent for that. Now, subsequent events have shown that the council considers it is part of the group and they were mistakenly assigning it to within our property. So there's 2 issues there. 1, maintenance obligations for consenting, and 2, who actually owns it. Sorry about that. Where was I? So relationships there were not that comfortable. It took me some effort to convince council that in fact the tree was their ownership. I had to apologise for the fact that we had taken some limbs off that were a nuisance, and I've subsequently asked the council formally through Parks and Reserves to undertake maintenance on that to remove the nuisance. They point blank refused to do that. So I'm pretty disappointed as a ratepayer in that approach. I'm not at all impressed with that response that I've had. I thought it was a perfectly reasonable request. Now moving to the purpose of this hearing, the decision on the remaining trees that are in our property. I was very keen to liaise with council representatives, arborists and others on site to go through and explain pretty much what I showed you in the photos. Those photos are more recent, but essentially the same issues that I flagged there with them on site, in the expectation that I could establish some alignment between what needed to be done, and therefore it would have been justified to table the resource consent application for the maintenance and seek some contribution from council as per the terms that are entitled to do so. In fact, the reports of their inspection, we had no alignment whatsoever. Essentially they were, the documents will be available to you, I've referenced them in attachment 2, but I haven't included copies, but there will be only files, council files. Essentially the trees are fine, don't need any maintenance, don't pose any safety risk and are quite suitable for where they are. I find myself totally at odds with that view. I'm not an arborist, I'm a civil engineer. I disagree with their findings completely. So essentially I haven't tabled a resource consent application because I thought it was a waste of time. And therefore that's frustrated my ability to carry out the maintenance that has just got worse and worse. So that's my position. It's really more about the maintenance and contribution in alignment with council. I want to work collaboratively with council. I want those trees still to be there. I enjoy the trees there. But they're unsuitable in the absence of maintenance. And maintenance is very expensive on trees of that size, as you're well aware, no doubt. I want to work with council arborists to have them as best protected as possible. So I'm quite happy if they stay protected, but I want some commitment and collaboration on practical maintenance if that's the case.
Thank you.
Tim, questions?
Basically the same questions as council.
Well, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Thanks very much for coming in and presenting this information, and especially the photographs. They're very helpful. We appreciate what you've told us this morning, and we'll be considering that in our deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that it's a wee bit off topic in terms of the literal obligations of the panel, but I appreciate the consideration that might be given to the wider picture.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes no opportunity to say.
Yeah. Take your moment.
Thanks. Our next submitter is Karen Dean. Yep, come on up. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
So we look forward to hearing what you'd like to say to us this morning.
Do I just speak or do I just press a button or anything?
No, I think the
just
microphone's all working, so, and you're talking to us about 9 and 11 Harvey Street, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, and good morning. Just firstly, I'd like to just introduce myself as Karen Dean, you know, but I'm also a resident of Waitati. My family have lived there since 1961. So that's 64 years. A long time. And I'm just speaking today because I'm not in support of your proposal to rezone number 9 and number 11 from the township settlement to rural centre zoning. And I'm struggling to kind of believe that our village and ratepayers would have anything to gain from this proposal. I must say straight away, really, that I've just got nothing but gratitude and respect for the continued dedicated service to our community by the Volunteer Fire Brigade, who occupy the government-owned property, number 11. Yeah. And more recently, the adjoining number 9 Harvey Street, that's managed by a completely different owner, has garaged a first responders vehicle. That looks different now. That is an older picture, I think, because the garage on number, oh no, there it is, yeah, I'm seeing, yeah. So, my understanding is that the fire brigade have operated comfortably for many years. I don't exactly know when they started, but they were certainly there when I turned up, within the rules associated with its current zoning. Therefore, I'm not understanding a reason or need for this proposal by council to change to a more commercial zoning for a fire brigade. I'm not really understanding what the implication is and what activity that they would need commercial zoning. I have a residential property sharing the boundaries to number 9, which is right behind, yeah, there. And therefore I would be directly affected by any effects from changes resulting from this proposal to rezone number 9. One of my concerns would be the amount of land area that they're allowed to fill, the height that they're allowed to go. It's not knowing what the proposed activities are. I've got to think of every eventuality. And I live directly behind, which is slightly lower. It's sort of running down very gradually. So I am in full support of the continued use of number 9 and number 11 by the local emergency services, but I feel that their future in the present situation would be less vulnerable if they remain as they are. For example, if number 9 Harvey Street is rezoned to a rural centre with the added commercial possibilities, what's to stop the present owner from feeling obligated to remain in support of the emergency services being a tenant, beyond the typical constraints of a gentleman's agreement or a lease? This is nothing binding in a rezoning that says that the ambulance shed must stay forever. The two things are not connected, I don't think. So, as this is really only a temporary arrangement, it may be more advantageous to sell or develop the land further for that owner with a different tenant at a financial, more appealing possibility. So I feel that makes the fire brigade quite vulnerable. It also appears that the fire brigade are totally reliant on driving across number 9 to access the marked diagonal parks. You can see they've completely filled number 11, the property of number 11. So the only access into those parks is across number 9. So if number 9 was to be sold, on-sold, or redeveloped further into another commercial enterprise, using the council's proposal to rezone, I believe this would jeopardise the access to the brigade onto their own land, leaving them with just a minimal strip along the road for all the emergency staff. I don't see how they'd get to the fire. Those are two separate owners, so they're not linked. So I feel that ultimately, under the proposed rezoning, they would have no long-term control over the use of number 9. They don't own it. I believe this would put the fire service and ultimately the wider community of Waitati at a disadvantage, and ultimately without the firemen being able to get in the fire truck at risk. Alternatively, if the government, on behalf of the Volunteer Fire Brigade, were to purchase the adjoining section, number 9, then they could make their own submission for rezoning it, if that's what they required. This, to me, would make much more sense for the longevity of them in their current location. So, I mean, I'm just a layperson and I'm just seeing it how I see it, so maybe I've missed something, but alternatively, if the government, either way, whether it's rezoned or remains in its present zoning, number 11 actually needs to apply for a legal right of way of access across number 9 into number 11. I don't believe they've done that. So they're actually using that without, I believe, being granted that right of way. And that, I believe, is because they're separate owners. Dunedin Council, I believe, would be aware that the owner or owners of number 9 already own the 2 other properties to the left, which is number 5 and number 7. And so those adjoining vacant sections that are already within the rural centre zoning, commercial zoning, these were both originally character homes that were removed around 2004, I think, the first one where that garage remains, that was removed then. The one that was where those car parks are was removed maybe around 2012. But they, as you can see, have never been developed using the commercial aspect of the zoning. So this rather suggests that the council proposal to rezone a third section to that same commercial zoning is kind of not really needed. If they needed to develop their own land commercially, they could have done so before now. They've had 20 years. So I'm unsure why we need to have another one. I am concerned also that number 9 Harvey Street appears to have no direct access to a ditch or a culvert that's covered by public rights. So they have, I noted, in 2022 installed a small gravel channel running along the back. Yes, so where that pink line is, yep, there. They did it quietly along the back there, but it leads around the corner and actually discharges into my property. It doesn't actually connect to a culvert at all. And I think this apparent lack of formal drainage cannot possibly support commercial activity. I'm a little thoughtful that your map is not correct to my recent survey. Is that important? Because it's been distracting for me while I've been doing my notes. The pink line on the outer, that line is just highlighted. It's about 2.5 metres too far to the right. It's actually going through my garden. So Do you see the little silver shed at the far end corner? On the green? Yeah, that's my garden. So your boundary is to the left of the, yeah, there. Well, back a bit. Yep, there. Because I've got trees and my neighbour has got no trees. So you've effectively stolen a fair few metres from my garden. Is that relevant?
Not really, not in terms of rezoning proposal.
So is it just like, for an example, this map?
Well, that's based on cadastral boundaries, so
Well, it's recently been surveyed, and the survey peg is actually on the post, which is, yeah, not where your corner is.
sorry, who are you? Oh, yeah. Mr. Brown, sorry, you can't speak to this submission. This is a submission of Ms. Dean, so we're hearing from here. I think we're hearing from you next, aren't we?
Well, I just wanted to mention it because it's quite distracting when you own that property and your line's going into my garden. It's kind of, I wasn't sure whether that was an official line because I wouldn't want to sort of, though it's possible that part of my garden is
Is it a zoning line rather than a...
Just in terms of strategic zoning lines, so the called centre zone, that's always shown.
Does that mean part of my garden is commercially zoned?
Yes, that's what we're saying. So, the rules centre zone is...
So it doesn't necessarily follow with someone's boundary?
It should follow the boundary, but some instances...
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
You see like...
Okay. Well, let's clear that up.
Thanks for clarifying that. So it's a zoning boundary, not a cadastral boundary.
Yes.
All right.
It just seems odd, doesn't it? But never mind. Because it makes your section look smaller than it actually is. Number 9, the one we're discussing, is actually, technically wider. Does that affect his zoning? Because he's not completely...
Well, it doesn't affect the issue before us, which is whether those sites 9 and 11 should be rezoned. I mean, that's the main issue, isn't it? Yeah.
So anyway, so that's where the ditch is anyway. It's along that red line, and then there's a small channel. It's a gravel channel to help the moisture run away, but it ends at that corner. It doesn't actually go anywhere. And even this morning, I've got a paddle listing. So it's not, it's not compliant, really. So earlier than that, in 2018, I became aware of road runoff that was coming off of the main Harley Street, flowing through number 9, and then flooding my number 4 property. So it became obvious to me that there was no curb or no catching of the road runoff. And so Seepage Officer Andrew Roberts, who together later with Andrew Lord formed a plan, and they dug a swale along Harvey Street in front of 9, 7, 5 and 1, ending sort of in that corner there. It's just a very shallow swale. Rather than a curb, I actually requested a curb. This directs the road runoff just to that corner. There is no ditch there. There's no culvert. The culvert is way over there. Yes, sort of round there somewhere. The only thing that takes road runoff and these sections, or the fire station's okay, but these other sections, the only thing that collects their water is a private ditch that runs along that line there. That's the property of that property, which is now been renamed 1A Harvey Street. And I don't think it's appropriate for just a privately owned ditch it's not a reliable part of the infrastructure to support a commercial enterprise. Because, you know, if there was a death or bankruptcy or sale of that property with that ditch, the perceived right of use would go with it. So how would you support the drainage on those commercial properties? So it was told to me by the seepage officer, Andrew Roberts, that the only way to get water off of those sections, number 9 being the main one, is to pump it across the road or go through my property. But I've never been approached to go through my property because there is there's no public use ditch in that vicinity. So I do also agree with the comments in the report submitted by Logan Copeland, who noted that a firm curb and clearly defined vehicle crossings into 911 would provide a much safer environment for them to coexist with the children and residents of Waitati, with the present zoning, even with the other zoning. The addition of solid fencing between 7 and 9 would also be a serious consideration for screening and a safer, more defined exit for the emergency services with signage, and this would go a long way towards reinstating the charm and character of our village centre and contain their activity. So I also feel that the council have overlooked a good alternative for use of number 9 Harvey Street in conjunction with the owner's other 2 sections, where just to reinstate housing. Waitati is a very desirable residential area and in serious need of good, affordable family housing. I don't believe we have any need for commercial ventures. So the council have made considerable investment into Waitati with the architecturally designed library, which is a fabulous thing. It's a real godsend to our village, and it looks wonderful. But as you approach the village, you're totally unaware that it exists. All the beautiful little historic houses that have been maintained beautifully by their owners are oblivious as you approach Waitati. You just see empty sections, discarded vehicles and car parks. It's not a very glamorous, inviting entrance to our village. And so it's not a good initial impression. And then you only go into like 2 sections and then you get to this unused area. I mean, sometimes you come into the village and there'll be a massive big truck parked right across the thing. So I just feel it's a missed opportunity by council not to encourage the replacement of attractive family homes with pretty front gardens. That all the way down on the other side, these are all homes with people who are proud about their gardens. But we all have to drive past this kind of industrial-looking area to get to us, which it never was. When I came to the village first off in the 90s, they were 2 charming houses that obviously fell into disrepair. But that doesn't mean to say that there has to be, you know, a butcher's or a blacksmith's or whatever. But I would like to ask, really, if I can, what, please, are the proposed intended activities that the Volunteer Fire Brigade are restricted by in their current use zoning?
See, the way these hearings work is we ask the questions and we listen to your
So
information.
I can't, because I can't find out that
You're welcome
information.
to, perhaps during the lunch break, approach the officers and ask them any questions you'd like for clarification, but it's not our job to necessarily answer questions you have.
But it's very hard to oppose something if you don't know what they're intending, because I can't find that information.
And even if we were minded to answer, we can't answer on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand anyway. We don't know
How
what
can
their
we make a
aspirations are.
decision then?
So look, you've had a very wide-ranging discussion. Maybe if you could just summarise for us, I'm just aware of the time, on maybe one or two sentences why you think the existing zoning is preferable. Maybe just sum up your views in a couple of
For the
sentences.
survival of the fire station. The private owner of number 9 has no obligation to remain the landlord of the ambulance station. It's just a compliant, non-permitted garage as it exists. It's perfectly legal and everything, but there's no obligation. Once he's rezoned commercial, why would he retain them as tenants?
All right, so your main reason that you'd wish us to retain the current zoning is you think that it offers better protection to the existing activity.
It puts the fire station at absolute risk.
Now, hang on a minute, just is your main reason that you think the existing zoning better protects the existing activity?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you happy now if we see if the panel has any questions for you?
Yep.
Sophie, any questions? She's busy writing. Any questions?
Yeah, sorry,
Tom?
no, I appreciate it.
I have a question of staff as it relates to the zoning change and on page 45, 42A report, which is 51 on the papers. It states that council on that zoning is inconsistent with the existing activities of the site, i.e. fire station, therefore may unnecessarily constrain development and impair complications and duty administration. So there's the zoning change in fact designed purpose of giving greater flexibility to the fire.
That's part of the reason, yes. That's part of the reason. But for example, if the fire station proposed to extend the building, that would require resources.
There is no space to extend their building.
And I'm Mrs. Deans, we're now just asking the officers questions, so just...
There's also a number of
And that's presumably the primary reason for doing it.
That's the primary reason. I also have to say that with the interactive commitment and also designing that controls for our easy controls township and city design.
Is that the fundamental difference between the rural centre and the township and city design when it comes to district properties?
And yes, they allow for additional activity, which carries with that, but also provide for facility for existing fire station, addition to operations.
Right, Sophie, any questions? All right, well, thanks very much, Ms. Dean, for coming in. It's obviously an issue that you're passionately interested in, and we appreciate the information you brought to our attention, and we thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Our next submitter on my list is Karen Knudsen and Ross Brown. Morning.
Hi, I put two submissions in.
Yes.
So mine is very simple, so maybe I'm not sure which order they'll schedule for, but perhaps we deal with these very quickly.
Sure.
There was a plan change for stormwater open water course, and in the case of the property at 21 Park Street, the natural spring feeds an underground pipe, so it's neither stormwater nor open.
Yeah.
Therefore, I suggest that it's rejected in that case, and there is a submission from Anna, somebody somewhere in the documentation from council has suggested that anything that doesn't match the definition shouldn't be in there.
Yeah, so what's all of the mapping of the stormwater or the open water courses, the stormwater water courses that were notified in the plan change, the officers are now recommending that mapping now not occur. So if we accept that recommendation, which is reasonably likely, then there wouldn't be any water course mapped on that property.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand all of what you said. Are you saying that all of the mapping is to be rejected as suggested by council?
All of the new mapping that the plan change promulgated.
$2,000 entries where they were.
No, just this plan change. We're going to take stormwater over this plan change.
So maybe Mr. Rawson, you can just clarify better than me what the plan change proposed and what the current recommendation is regarding that mapping.
Well, what was notified was the part that's still the map area over all the existing zones within Dunedin, so residential zone, commercial zone, similar to what's on the property. As part of the investigation, we noted there was some a number of areas, so that wasn't sure if we had enough information on where the space was and accurate substances. So our recommendation to council was to remove the sort of that areas that were notified in November this year, so that should include the properties but also a number of other properties.
And am I right about the magnitude of this? Is my 2,000 number an approximation? Is it in magnitude?
Well, I haven't counted up. It is right across the city, so that this change will affect right across the city.
Right,
I can say that, I can say that, but that's
So I guess the main issue here is that the officers are recommending, in terms of your submission, that the mapping of the water course would be removed.
Yeah, I have interest in another property, so
The same would apply if it was.
applied.
Yeah.
I suggest we move on.
Yeah.
In regard to provision 10.3.3, I've submitted a request to reject the change. So I'll talk about that first, and then secondly I'd like to talk about the alternative, the detail. And in regard to my rationale for a suggestion to reject the change is that resource consent is an expensive process, and we seem to have a process of continual improvement, which is a good process, a good concept, but the process is associated with continual expense. And I would like to promote that we should be as restrictive as we can about continual improvement and continual expense. That's my main issue. In terms of the submission that if the change is not directed, then it be amended as below. I spent some time reading the district plan, looking at how the district plan treated different things, and the section 10.3.3, section 6D, talks about network utility structures, small scale and existing roads, and is listed as an exemption for the water, how close to the water. So I look to model my suggestion around the existing rules to try and copy things. So the exemption for, a suggested exemption for network utility structures, small scale and driveways and consented roads look to mirror the sections of the existing plan and to apply that to slightly wider where driveways have things like instant fibre, and looking to avoid people getting competitive where consent costs for these things. Though fibre may be an exemption under the Telecommunications Act. But done by chorus rather than by private owners.
Just clarify that again, so you're saying if you have a property you've of course to lay a fibre line in,
they probably have the right to do it regardless of what the FTC says under the Telecommunications Act. Whereas if we put it in and then ask chorus to blow the fibre through the hole, where we have to work under the district plan.
I'm terrified because I'm just thinking, as a network, of course, we'll be putting that through the whole neighbourhood.
No, they'll be putting one.
No, I'm just talking about a network connection through the neighbourhood. Is that what the thing? Is that what the district plan refers to in terms of utilities versus once you're coming off the network to a private property? Is it still considered part of the network in terms of district plan?
I think it is from as part of the
It's going to clarify my point because it's, I think what I'm supposed to make, that if it is clarified as part of the network, then effectively, of course, they have line and a different status than if you lay the line.
Yeah, utilities of the small scale, large scale, so it's excellent, and it's mentioned for what small scale is. So it depends on the scale of the building. But I'll probably have to come back to you about the goods facilities.
Sorry for the trouble.
So in the process of reviewing before coming here, I read through the referred material and found the submission from Three Waters, which made comments about my submission, and then I read the whole submission. And I'm not sure if talking about their whole submission is out of scope for me. I'm not allowed to talk about their submission.
You can talk about your submission to us and the relief that you've sought. So are you currently talking about Rule 10.3.3 and you want an exemption for network utility structures? Is that the current topic?
Okay. Yeah.
No, that was a question. Is that what you're currently addressing us on? Is that the issue?
No, I'm asking you if I go past that scope,
Yeah.
how much leeway you can give me to talk?
Not much at all.
Okay.
Yeah. So what you
So
can
that's
do is
fine.
you can
You've
talk.
asked a question.
Yeah.
Don't need to keep talking. I'll get back on the scope. In regard to Three Waters response, section 5.5 in the response, which relates directly to my submission. They didn't believe there would be any issue with exempting fibre cabling section in driveways. And with the second exemption regarding drains, Three Waters questions what minor upgrading means, as was no definition. So perhaps the planning staff will be able to deal with that. The wording that I chose in my submission was lifted from section 1.4.1 definitions of network utilities activities. So it was the wording that's used in the plan, in the district plan in regard to network utility activities. So it seems that the minor upgrading is a common term used in the district plan. So it's not adequate with 3 waters in this regard. Perhaps the planning staff can deal with that. And to go slightly off topic, the 3 waters submission on other topics specifically stated that in regard to stormwater, that there is a misconception that there is capacity in the existing stormwater network and that areas of the public stormwater system in Dunedin are old and perform below the level of current zone standards. I believe that the promotion of development and expansion of population in Dunedin has been promoted in a misleading manner. There's the expectation that the infrastructure will support it, and the misconception it being published in these documents should be highlighted to the wider public so that people know that the infrastructure isn't there to do the things that they want to do.
Thank you for that. We'll see if we have questions. Do you have any questions? Mr. Brown.
Question I had, like Park Street's a good example. Obviously, this may or may not even be an open watercourse. And there's certainly people who come to us and they say, well, what is going to my property is very narrow. And if I have a 5 metre setback from that, just basically eating up most of my property. This will get revisited at some point in the future, although current government direction is not all plan changes until that changes, so it could be quite a way off. But when this gets revisited again, would you like the rules as they get tested that reflect the size of the watercourse when you talk about things like setbacks and stuff like that? So if it generally is just a tiny little stream.
We need solutions, not new problems. And they aren't new problems. It's obviously these are existing problems. So you've got this wee watercourse running. We need, if you want to put rules in place, they should come in conjunction with solutions. The 3 waters submission talked about the 3 waters submission on KERT submissions talked about the need to manage stormwater and to come up with the best solution, whereas KERT submission talked about having some standardised solutions. The problem for people trying to do things is they have no idea what to do. So if you've got your 5 metre boundary, what people really want to know is what can I do within a 2 metre boundary to channel that? What are my options so they can do their planning? And without that, we've got this when I say resource consent's expensive, resource consent's expensive because first up you've got to pay a fee. Second up you've got to put an application in. But to put an application in, you've got to use a planner. I tried to do one for a property in Queenstown. I completely failed because I could not write in the right style. Now I can write lots of different styles. This was too hard for me. So then once you pay for all those things, you also need the specialist stuff. And that's specialist stuff that if DCC can provide support on that. So if we look to the building code with acceptable solutions, and that's exactly what these things are doing. So we probably need some acceptable solutions in terms of some of these watercourse type things. Then we can do planning and say we can use this acceptable solution, or we can try and go outside that. At the moment, we're always on unique solutions, and unique solutions are expensive.
understanding through waters in general that unique solutions are causing a lot of the expense. Standardised solutions will actually reduce something. So are you, given that it's off this plan change now, but it will be coming in the future, so I think it's always important to hear from people who are affected by future plan changes, you will be looking for a series of what you might call standard approaches based on what the waterway is and how there's going to be other things that are developed, but what a property owner could go to and say, well, this is actually what you're considering to be the standard solution. So therefore, this is my starting point. This is having to come up each time with very expensive engineers reports.
Yeah, but it also directs you to what you expect from the engineer's report.
Right. Okay.
Because when you're faced with the development and you haven't got the background of having done the stuff before, I mean, my background is doing unique solutions in software, and I've got used to throwing away all that knowledge I've gained and then going off and doing something else. It's very, very expensive, and we don't want that. And there's a general trend in building in New Zealand that we don't want unique solutions. We want to get New Zealand more into templated and availability of learning from history.
I do have a question about, you talked about I've just been looking through the Three Waters report, and you talk about the stormwater, that growth is a misconception and the infrastructure isn't there. Can you just point me to the page where it says that the infrastructure isn't there? Because I might be reading it incorrectly, because it says that there's...
Page 19, 3/4 of the way down the page, halfway down the page, it starts with Three Waters would also like to clarify misconception.
Oh, I thought that when I read it said areas in the public stormwater system are old, but it doesn't say that all of the infrastructure is not there.
I don't believe I used the word all in that context.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I just wrote growth is a misconception, infrastructure isn't there. So I guess the context was that we're pushing for growth for the city, but the infrastructure isn't there, and I just wanted to clarify that you didn't mean that it wasn't there everywhere, that it was still available in pockets or not available in pockets. Is that what you meant?
It may be available in pockets, but I would suggest that the flow of stormwater from the centre of the town through to South Dunedin that implies that anywhere in the centre of the town, anywhere in hills above South Dunedin, that a lot of people would describe that as inadequate. But as for the statement here, the areas of the public stormwater system taken are old and form below the level of current design performance, I don't believe there is any publicly available map on the DCC website that highlights those areas, or even further than that, it then shows where the upstream supply in terms of into those areas is.
Mm-hmm. I'll just ask the staff, I guess it's out of scope, but it is one of the things that we've been discussing in the infrastructure in the long-term plan. I think there's a 30-year plan for that, so I just wondered if some of those areas have been met. That's just an area to follow up on. Be useful. Yeah, thank you.
I think finally they have, and that you realise that the realisation is that stormwater is actually going to dwarf sewage in terms of the cost. So the second one is addressed, but it actually, in the long-term strategic implementation of the infrastructure plan, it's coming after sewage, but it's all first. I think you are seeing, I would agree with you, that the first glance there is that the stormwater system is not fully understood.
True.
Or fully engineered.
And there is a requirement for district plan for landowners developing land for resource consents to provide stormwater plans based on the basis that the existing system is not understood. And that's a very difficult requirement that the ECC has put on people. I would say bordering on terminal in terms of doing development.
Yeah, well, I think that's good. It's way outside the scope of what we're discussing now.
Thank you.
I wouldn't want to say unanswered.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. I don't have any questions over and above those that my colleagues have put to you, but we do thank you for coming in this morning and raising these issues with us.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're now adjourned until 1 o'clock, where we're going to hear from Mr. Kurt Bowen for the remainder of the afternoon. Resume the hearings of submissions on Plan Change 1 for the non-heritage items, and at this stage of the proceedings we're hearing from Mr Kurt Bowen from Patterson's. Good afternoon and welcome. I think you've appeared before all of us previously now, and what I'm hoping you're going to say is that you've diligently read through the Section 42A report and you're only going to address us on remaining areas of disagreement. Is that what you were going to say?
That's exactly right.
Awesome. Great. All right, look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Yes. So firstly, it's exactly what I was going to say. I'm largely pretty satisfied with the recommendations in the Section 42A report. I want to extend my thanks to Peter and the other authors of that report. I think I had something like 12 areas that I raised, and 10 of them have been pretty well addressed, I think. So thanks, team. That leaves a couple of areas I still have a few concerns over that I'd like to discuss. One relating to network services and earthworks in relation to network services, and probably the one everyone's anticipating will be one of the large ones is the stormwater information, the stormwater proposal.
Mr Bone, just on the last point, the stormwater proposal, so you're fully aware that all of the mapping of stormwater water courses that had been promulgated through Plan Change 1, the staff are now recommending that be withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what I've said to other submitters, because we've had quite a number of submitters, particularly lay submitters, who weren't aware of the staff recommendation, I've advised them, even though we haven't made any final decisions, that it would be extremely unlikely for us not to agree with that staff recommendation.
Thank you, that is helpful. I have adopted that position.
Great.
I still have some residual concerns about some of the other areas, but that does address a significant portion of my concerns. And the other thing I was going to say is that while I'll start with the Patterson's submission, I'll lead on to a group of submitters I represent. They have very similar views as expressed in Patterson's submission. So largely I think this afternoon as I put forward Patterson's position and others, they're going to be very consistent and probably crossing over to a fair degree.
Yep.
If you're happy to start with the network services, it's a very short piece of work that I've done there. This relates to the Plan Change ID NU2.
Sorry, what was that number before? What was it?
NU2.
Oh, yeah.
In the Patterson's submission, we put forward a suggestion that where there are network services located quite close to a property boundary, that the extent of the setback from those network services for the purpose of earthworks would cease at that property boundary, leaving landowners who own an adjoining property where the network service isn't contained within freedom to use their land as they wish. The Section 42A report has suggested that it's not appropriate that the setback, which I think is 2.5 metres, 1.5 metres, sorry, should remain in place and should cross over a property boundary and require an earthworks consent if there's to be any earthworks within 1.5 metres of the network service. I really just want to discuss one activity, and that's fencing. Now, there's no exemption for fencing. Most services that are installed as per the Dunedin City Code subdivision development will be within a distance of, well, water main, for instance, is usually around about 800 millimetres from a boundary. And you'll find that if you were to look at the DCC records, service records and drainage records, often we find that services and drains are intentionally installed very close to property boundaries at the edges of the roads because that's the easiest place to get to for maintenance purposes. What this rule, my understanding of this proposed rule will introduce is largely that a very significant number of properties, the majority of properties, would be captured by this rule if they wish to re-fence the front boundary or put a fence up along the front boundary. And I think it's just an unreasonable imposition for landowners to have to get a consent every time they'd like to, or any time a fence is proposed along the front boundary. So I think the panel needs to, or suggest that the panel would like to consider that and whether
creating or establishing a rule on the plan that would require consents for any time large, there's a good chance that anyone wanting to refence their front boundary would then need this consent, compared to the risk of not having that rule in place. And I guess that risk would extend to how often does a network service accidentally cross over or traverse a property boundary at the edge of the road, and I would suggest not very often at all. So the extent of my submission here is that I think it would be reasonable to have an exemption, at the very least for fencing purposes, because I think that's the thing that's going to trigger a lot of these consent applications and frustrate people and add costs to landowners' projects from that network services requirement along road boundaries.
Great. Do you mind if we take questions on that before you move to stormwater?
That's all right, we go, yeah.
So what rule would that affect?
The network services rule, sorry, I just don't think that...
5.6.2.1.
Can you put that out?
I think it's on page 714 of their submission, so there's the role there. I think it's NU3. Oh, wait, is it NU2 or NU3?
NU2.
Oh, sorry, NU2.
NU2.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking wrong on 5.6.2, 5.6.2B.
So that'd be would the exemption sit under that clause Y? Is that where it would go, do you think?
Yeah, that's exactly where I would anticipate an exemption for fencing purposes to sit under.
Okay.
My original submission was a little bit broader around other works within a landowner's property, but I can probably accept that some other works could be captured, whereas fencing I think is a very common activity there.
All right. All right, I'm sure the officers will come back to us and reply on that.
Thank you. Great.
Stormwater.
Stormwater. So, some, as you alluded to earlier, some of the issues have been resolved through the proposed changes, or the changes proposed by the Section 42A report. I really have just 3 areas within the my stormwater submission that I'd like to run through with the panel. Those are a reduction of the setback from 5 metres to 2.5 metres. Now, these are suggested, my position is that they should be addressed, even though the mapping is likely to not be included going forward. And the reason is, the mapping is not to be included because there's some concerns over the accuracy, which is quite right, I agree with that, accuracy of the map features. However, I'm presuming that once the accuracy becomes good enough, these features would likely be reinstated and periodically in some way back into the district plan. So I'm suggesting that it's important to get some of these supporting provisions correct so that when the features are brought back into the district plan, they can operate effectively. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the reduction from 5 metres to 2.5 metres for the setbacks from the watercourse features. The second thing I'd like to discuss is an exemption for recently consented or approved developments. And the third thing I'd like to discuss is the setback where the removal of setbacks being able to extend across property boundaries. So if we start with the reduction first. Currently the three waters have suggested that a 5 metre setback is required from these features, and if we, the starting point of that setback would be, I think it's defined as the high point of the water flow. So if you can imagine within each watercourse there's a flow width of whatever, it might variable flow width, and then setback from each edge of that. Three Waters has said we'd like this to be 5 metres setback. And the purpose of that, or the reasons for that, is firstly for protection of property from flood events, secondly for maintenance of the watercourse feature. understand, I don't have an issue with the purposes of these things. I think that's a good idea. I'm suggesting though that 5 metres is unnecessarily wide and that should be reduced to 2.5 metres. Clearly maintenance is important, but 2.5 metres is sufficient for that in my view. When we put pipes in the ground, drainage pipes, stormwater, wastewater pipes, Three Waters requires us to have an easement width of 1.5 metres from the pipe and then a further setback of 1 metre, or 1 metre, from the easement to any new structures and new buildings. So a total of 2.5 metres from the pipe to the structure. That's adequate for maintenance, for bringing a digger in, for excavating the pipe that's blocked, fixing it up, repairing the ground. So from a maintenance perspective, I think 2.5 metres would be perfectly adequate for getting a small digger in to clear out a drain or a water course, fixing up, pulling rubbish out, whatever you need to do. I'm comfortable that 2.5 metres either side of the water course is going to be sufficient for maintenance. When we look at flood protection, my view in that regard is that there are other methods available for flood protection. We don't have to rely on water course setbacks for that function. There's flood hazard mapping, which carries a whole set of rules around flood hazard mapping. There's minimum floor levels that the council has. There's building consent processes that identify where there's flood risks and require buildings to be designed accordingly. I think that the purpose that Three Waters has raised around protection of property is valid, but not to the extent we need a quite a wide 5 metre setback from these features. I think 2.5 metres is going to be adequate for that too, given that there are other mechanisms in place for managing flood risk. I'm not sure if the panel necessarily appreciates, but I'd like to make the panel aware that what we're trying to do here from my client's perspective and from my perspective as a land development consultant is maximise the amount of land available for the type of use that it's zoned for, residential, industrial, commercial, those sorts of things. Every time we take more land than potentially we need for something like this, it means that there's less land that can be efficiently used for those purposes. So I think I'd suggest that it's the panels, that the panel needs to be convinced that the width of this setback is the minimum required for the purpose it's designed to achieve, and no more than that. Now that's the question that the panel might have with Council's planners and Three Waters team. I'd like to think there may be room to reduce that from 5 metres to something less, and I'm suggesting 2.5 metres. But I think that's the consideration that the panel needs to make in this case.
And since you got 3 topics, shall we take questions on each one as we go?
I think so, yeah.
Sophie, any questions on that setback issue?
I think Councillor O'Malley probably asked the question he's been asking all along, so I'll let him go for it.
Yeah, which is it's a fairly common thing. And we had one presenter who had a property that faced onto the Lindsay Creek, and they were talking about the small tributaries that ran into the creek, and 5 metre setbacks on all of those was going to basically just cut their property into little pieces. But when considering the creek, they didn't think 5 metres was too bad given the size of the water body. So one of the questions I'd ask you is, should the setback have a proportional relationship to the water course? So if it was the Tyree River or the Lindsay Creek or the Leith, maybe you would set yourself further back because of the height of floods and also the size of the water body. But if it's a small drain that carries just a few litres a day and maybe gets up a couple hundred litres in a flood, maybe, and it's only 500 mils wide, would you have a setback that's proportional to the width of the water?
I probably, from my planning perspective, I probably wouldn't have that. I would tend to set at the lower level at the 2.5 metres and rely on council's records of the bigger features, the Lindsay Creeks, having protection via the flood protection maps and recognise protection. I mean, we know that those are problematic water courses. Anyone wanting to build a house or undertake a subdivision beside one of those features it's not going to slip through the cracks and suddenly you've got a house with, within 2.5 metres of one of those features, because they're well known and they're well understood. But it's the little ones, which I think these watercourses in the district plan are intended to capture, the small tributaries, which generally are fairly low flows. There's going to be a lot of these running through people's backyards and bottoms of properties and things. And so I think the council could feel pretty satisfied relying on a smaller setback, because the focus is on, I think, the smaller watercourses. The bigger ones are treated differently and managed differently. You could approach it in the way you're suggesting, Councillor, with variable setbacks, but I think the difficulty is, and the planners may comment on this, is how do you design rules that adequately capture all of the range of different situations and scenarios? Do you need a schedule of what are the big rivers and what are the little ones? I mean, you could do it, I'm sure, but it complicates things.
So you will have a schedule of the bigger ones, because they'll be just pretty much on the map. Because until there's a definition that something like the Lindsay is not captured under this definition, then building, you're right, there are other rules that would apply that maybe may put that structure more than 2.5 metres away. But there's going to be an inconsistency in the district plan if that's not defined as not being in that rule set. So in other words, it's a question really, I guess, for staff now, actually, now that you've given your answer. When you compare the larger watercourses and then you compare the small private ones that are running through properties, at the moment, is there any definition that separates them so you can identify them that they would be treated differently? Or if you have the term watercourse, are they all treated the same at this point?
Okay, Ken, I was wondering, Roxy, could you put up rule 10.3.3? Go further down to where the yellow is, just there. So that's the yellow is obviously the plaintiff information which is still subject to contention, and that clause 5 relates to flowings from the water body that are clearly defined definitely zones, and water body is defined as basically a stream and wetland. Just click on the definition of water body. Just click on the definition for water body. So that encapsulates the streams of the rivers and lakes and things like that. So there is an existing rule, and there's entry zones, and also in rule zones, which is varies between 5 and 20.
And that sits higher on the hierarchy. So in other words, that would dominate that would determine. So Mr. Ball's point is that you've got this rule sitting here already, so if you had 2.5 on watercourses, this rule would still put you 5 metres back from the Lindsay.
From the Lindsay, but if it's not defined as a water body instead of as a standalone watercourse, which is defined differently, click on that. Then that relates to the open watercourses, which are just for disposal of stormwater.
So like...
So that's trying to make that distinction between...
Like Reed Ave and Mosgill's got a big watercourse swale there, which takes a huge amount of water during a flood.
Yeah.
So what would you... where would it be captured on these rule sets? And
I mean, I think sorry.
X.
The water body with I think it's that clearly defined bed is reasonably key there, I think. Is it, Peter? A water body is a fairly broad definition with a clearly defined bed, so that would certainly capture anything that has sort of a reasonably permanent sort of water flow in it. I can't think of any instances that I've been involved with where we've built a watercourse swale or a stormwater watercourse bigger than a very small swale, really. We certainly don't build rivers or streams.
Yeah, I'm actually heading in your direction. I'm just trying to get clarity that when we do, we haven't done anything perverse. So this really only does deal with what effectively would be mostly man-made watercourses.
That's right. The definition of stormwater open watercourses, a natural or artificial open channel where storms that collect and flows and start the storm within.
And so the anticipation on if we're talking about building protection on an extreme weather event, if the watercourse was a metre wide and we had a 2.5 metre setback on both sides, then you'd have 6.5 metres of floodable area in a flood event. You don't need to be, do you need to be quite literally 12 metres from wide, which would be 5 high. Yeah, that's the question that I think Mr. Barnes is getting to, is that in fact, because I'm getting more comfortable with what you're saying when I get a definition of exactly what this watercourse is. It's quite literally one that often is dry, or it may have a little bit of water in it, and then it fills up during a rain event to presumably what it's been engineered to take up to 1 in 100.
I assume so. I mean, we would have to go back to 3 waters about any change in the width.
Actually, that'll be the feedback. Actually, can we get back from 3 waters? Is this as defined as Mr. Martin thinks it is, or is it prepared to us? I'm starting to think it is. Is this actually the definition? And then, if you're talking about protection of buildings, based on a watercourse being this wide and a 1 in 100 year flood event, how much gap do you need to give yourself protection? That's the question I'll ask to come back on the reply.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep, so in reply, if you could specifically address Rule 10.3.3.x and the notified option of 5 metres versus what's been asked for here of 2.5 metres, and if you could identify the advantages and disadvantages of each and then come to a conclusion or a recommending conclusion for us.
The chair did that so much better than me.
Right, exemptions for existing or recently consented development, I think was the next topic.
Yes, thank you. So we obviously represent, or Peterson's represents a number of clients. We're in the business of land development. We see a lot of subdivisions, land development, infrastructure being built around the city. We have a number of clients who have been captured a little bit by this proposed watercourses where they have design developments, or we've designed developments for them. Those developments have gone through a resource consent process. They've been consented. They've often now, many of them have been built, approved, and titles issued. Easements or covenants or consent notices, or a combination of those various legal mechanisms, have been created to protect swales or watercourses that have been built as part of the stormwater management solution on those developments. And now these rules will propose further constraints on the property where they've been adequately provided for and approved by council. It's our suggestion that developments that have been consented and have included legal mechanisms for protection of those features should be exempted from these watercourse requirements. Now, the 42A report, I think I'm quite happy with the response in terms of, I think the author have said that they support that approach. However, they've stopped a little bit short of incorporating any changes into the proposed Plan Change 1 on account of the fact that the watercourses are likely to be removed in any case from the maps. Now, this goes back to what I was saying, I guess, around at some point those watercourses are likely to come back into the maps, and we want to be ready for those at that time. There's an argument there to say, well, all of the consented developments, Kurt, that you're talking about will be built on and sorted by that time, but the fact is there'll be new consented developments that haven't been built on by that time, so they'll be replaced by an ongoing process of designs that we complete, approvals and consents we get from DCC. At some point the same problem will occur if these watercourses are brought back into the maps. There will be a number of developments that are captured with this conflict between a design that's been intended to address stormwater issues and now more sort of global rules that have come in place to constrain the land further. So I'd very much like to see an exemption brought in for And we would need to word this quite carefully, and I think your planning staff will assist with that. But I would be suggesting that an exemption for developments that have been consented or completed and which have approved legal mechanisms available or provided to manage stormwater as an alternative to having these setbacks, something like that. I think that's a pretty reasonable proposition. It would avoid some concerns that a number of my clients have, and we'll get to those after this when I bring up some of the maps and some of our clients' submissions. I'll be able to demonstrate that further. But I think that's a reasonable request.
All right. Any questions on that, Tom?
It's just a procedural question really about when a district plan change, if it takes effect, and where you are in the process. I would have thought that if a consent had been approved under the district plan before a plan change, it would historically be there, and then the plan change would not have an impact on it. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct. It depends if they can actually build them. But no, that is correct.
It's a crossover between subdivision, which is consented with a design for managing stormwater, and then there's a lag or a gap between the land use is established, so buildings are built on that site or industrial activity takes place. So if the 5 metre or 2.5 metre or whatever the swale setbacks were came into effect in that gap, it means that the purchaser or the person wishing to undertake the building activity is then caught with additional land constraints or land they can't use. It means they can't use their land quite as efficiently, whereas the swale setbacks or the watercourse setbacks are really not required in that situation because there's been adequate provision already incorporated in the design of the development to manage that effect.
You said that was kind of my question. Does it actually happen that when you go over to the land use after the consent for the development has been done, that you actually go back and look at it, any change in the district plan during that period of time starts to have effect, or does it stay with the time of which the consent was first granted and the district plan at that time? Otherwise, we do have to clarify it.
Yeah, well, my take on that was it depends on the length of the consent, and it depends what the consent is for. It's just a subdivision consent. So it does depend too.
Well, what would happen is if we take an example, let's assume that the watercourses are removed from the maps today. I apply to council for a consent to an industrial subdivision out of Dukes Road, Mosgiel, and I've got a good example of that coming up. Council says, how are you going to manage stormwater? I say, this is how I'm going to do that. I'm going to build a swale or a pond here, and we're going to bring water down into that, and it's going to be maintained. We're going to have an easement in there for DCC, so DCC can get in and fix it up if it needs to happen. And council staff, Three Waters, say, yes, we're happy with that, we'll approve that. We then complete the subdivision. We produce sections that are designed for industrial activities of the right shape and size, of what the market, we anticipate the market needs, and they're about to go on the market for sale. Then suddenly the swale mapping comes back onto the site through whatever mechanism, another plan change or whatever needs to happen for the mapping to take effect. Council say, right, you've built a watercourse there in your development, that's fantastic, but we'll apply a setback from that now, and that goes into each property by 2.5 or 5 metres or whatever the setback is. Suddenly the sites that our clients were marketing are now a little bit different because people can't build the industrial building to the boundary as they thought they might have been able to. They now have to shorten that industrial building and fit it to whatever land is left over after the swale setback is applied. They weren't aware of that, well, they may not have been, or they may have been, I guess, aware of that rule coming in, but the rule wasn't in place when they bought the site. It is at that time, and it does affect what they want to do. Most importantly, it's not necessary because the watercourse has been managed correctly as per the design that was approved by DCC. So in that instance, having an additional setback from the watercourse feature probably really isn't achieving much, and it does prevent that land being used for an industrial building or industrial use potentially
of structures. Does that help?
Yep.
Questions?
No, I think that's got it. I mean, so basically, because the actual building itself is going to require permission at some point to be built.
Now, they could apply for a consent to breach the slope setback.
Yeah, no,
we know
but,
that that's
but
possible.
it's not an as of right anymore.
No,
It requires, yeah.
And they would probably get it, because the argument would be, well, the design's been done and we don't need this because there's adequate stormwater provision in place, but there's a cost and time and all of that goes along with that.
Cool. Well, given that we're not actually doing it in this consent, right, that's something to keep in mind as we move forward in terms of.
So just a query from me on that. You said earlier in terms of your suggestion for the 2.5 metre setback that's what you generally do anyway in terms of an easement. You talked about 1.5 plus 1.1, so more or less 2.5. So if we were minded to accept your submission on a reduced setback, does this exemption issue go away? Because you would have imposed 2.5 under your own volition everywhere anyway.
No, it doesn't go away completely. Often, if we were designing, for instance, say, a stormwater detention pond, and this was, let's say it was in an industrial area, we would try and design the pond so that it was confined to its banks, and it was of adequate size to provide for complete stormwater detention of the 1 in 100-year event, and that it could be maintained from within, so mowed or whatever it needs to be done. And then we would put the property boundaries as close to the top of that pond as we could to maximise land use in the adjoining industrial sites. So that might only be a metre gap between the top of the bank of the pond and the boundary potentially. But that would be designed so that there'd be no need for any maintenance or any work to occur beyond that 1 metre setback from the top of the bank where the boundary was set. So even if we set the setbacks from the feature at 2.5 metres, that would still push that setback into the properties by potentially 1.5 metres in that case. So I don't think they're quite the same thing.
So that raises an issue in my mind of materiality. In terms of an industrial site, how material is that 1 to 1.5 metre issue that you're now addressing in terms of the overall lot size?
It does depend obviously quite a lot on who purchases and what their intended use is. The building, there's no setbacks in industrial zones for buildings, so a lot of cases, and especially in brownfields areas, the buildings would go right on the boundary. So you might have a warehouse, and in some of these areas, if access is on the other side, you might push your building right back to the very back boundary, so you've got your truck access coming in off the road, you've got turning circles. So it does depend on the activity, but it's certainly not uncommon for people building on industrial sites to put concrete panel walls up right on the boundary and use all of that space.
So in this example, it would be on the boundary of a stormwater detention pond that's designed for a 1% event. And what allowance do you make for over-design events?
Sorry?
What allowance do you make in your developments for over-design events?
So in our stormwater ponds that we design, there's a designated overflow point, so a lower portion of the bank where water can flow into a suitable receiving environment. That's generally what we would do, yeah. So we wouldn't expect any water to tip from the pond onto the industrial sites.
And the stormwater ponds that you work with, are they universally able to be maintained from within the pond?
Generally that has been the case. That's been acceptable to Three Waters. That Three Waters may change their position on that, but that would be a policy change, and they would issue to us a design statement change saying from now on, and these things evolve over time, right? So if Three Waters got to the point of saying we need a bit more space to manage these things, they would circulate to consultants
a design standard update and saying from now on we need 2 metres at the tops of ponds, or 1.5 metres or whatever it was, and we would then start designing accordingly to that. But at this stage, I've got no reason, or we haven't been advised by Three Waters that they need a significant amount of space at the top of ponds for maintenance purposes.
And do the ponds and swales then, in this part of New Zealand, do they vest in the council typically, or do they remain in private ownership?
It's a bit of a mixture. Three Waters prefer that they vest when they're large enough. When they're little, they tend to sit in private ownership. Where they're larger, the preference is for it to vest to council. Yeah.
Sophie, any further questions? All right, I think we understood the issue there. So
great, thank you. And the third one, which will only take us 30 seconds, is the setback to extend over property boundaries, which is really what we've been talking about to some degree anyway. So when I started thinking about this item earlier today, when I was putting my notes together, I realised that if we can resolve the issue we were just talking about around consented developments and allowing an exemption for consented developments, then this really goes away as well. I don't have a problem with, for instance, a setback from a swale. If it's an older swale, it's been around for a long time, and there's a boundary at the top, and the setback extends over the boundary, I think that's actually probably reasonable to have it extend over the boundary. It's more around the newer developments where careful design has been undertaken to ensure that the stormwater effects are contained within the development property, and so you're not anticipating any flooding or any water to progress over boundaries that I think would be unreasonable, particularly in the case, and I'll show you in a minute on my submitters' pictures, where, and this is quite common, where we might design a stormwater pond or a swale quite close to a neighbouring property, and I wouldn't like necessarily to put a swale along a neighbouring property boundary, within the site but along the boundary, and then have that neighbour then impacted by a 2.5 or a 5 metre setback from that swale that I've just built. Because I think the planners, when they're processing that consent, are going to say to me, you need to go and get consent from that person over the fence there if you want to do that, because they're going to be impacted by effectively impacted by the setback rule that doesn't apply now because there's no swale feature there. As soon as you put a swale feature there, there's an impact on them. So it's pretty much tied up with that previous discussion around consented developments and approved designs. In established swale situations, I think I'm comfortable. Yeah.
So is the premise there that for a new development, a responsible developer would ensure that whether it's a watercourse or a pond, that any setback is contained within the development lot?
All the effects and impacts of that stormwater feature are contained within the development, yes. Okay. And that's exactly how a design is processed by Three Waters, that's considered by Three Waters and considered at resource consent stage. So if the design can't do that, then I would expect it won't be approved.
So is the change to the plan that would be required then provision in a rule to say that for a new development all setbacks must be contained within the development lot? Is that how that would be given effect to?
No, not quite, because the risk there is that if a setback's set at 2.5 metres, that then the whole swale feature has to be pulled 2.5 metres into the property. So you've got a lost sort of dead space of 2.5 metres, then the swale, and then 2.5 metres, and then your land use activity. I'm suggesting that the feature can still be built at the boundary or close to the boundary. You just don't apply this 2.5 metre swale across the boundary and into the neighbouring property. So the exemption will be for the neighbouring property, not the development land in that instance.
So I'm just thinking of wording. So would that be that if a watercourse, a stormwater watercourse or a swale is developed on the boundary, then there must be a setback on the side of that watercourse that's within the development lot?
Well, the setback would be reduced to the distance between the constructed feature and the boundary. So if that's 1 metre, then the setback would be reduced to that metre.
On the proviso that the normal setback occurs on the other side of the
Yes.
feature within the development lot. So
Yes.
there'd need to be wording along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay. So the officer's clear on how that proposal might work, so
I
you can
think-
come back to us on your recommendation.
Can I get some clarity on that?
Yeah, of course.
I think that would be captured if there was an exemption that the swales simply did not apply, the swale setbacks or watercourse setbacks did not apply at all to developments that have been consented and designed and have legal mechanisms that protect the feature. That would also deal with this issue where the neighbour might otherwise be affected, because the neighbour would say, well, you built a swale there on your side of the property for that development, but because it's gone through the design process and has the adequate easements or covenants in place, the swale doesn't apply, so it doesn't apply across the boundary.
Yeah, see, I start getting uncomfortable with that kind of proposition, because we need standards in the plan that all developers are clear that they need to meet, because not all developers are of the same ilk, are they?
No, but the council's got a role there in terms of reviewing and approving suitable designs, and I'd like to think that poor designs would be captured at that approval
Yeah,
stage.
but there needs to be a defined starting point, doesn't there? You can't just have open slather. We need to have a standard approach, and if the developer wishes to deviate from that, then they could go through a consenting process or whatever. But I think the rules need to be clear on their face what the presumed normal approach would be.
Well, in that case, I'd be suggesting you reduce it even further to below 2.5 metres for a consented type development.
And we're not talking about that. We're talking about the issue as a watercourse close to the boundary of a property, and whether or not you need to have a setback on both sides of that watercourse if one of them protrudes into a neighbouring property. We're not now talking about what the standard setback should be. We've covered that issue. That was your point number one.
Yeah, okay. What I'm suggesting is that where a feature has been adequately designed and it's established that there's no need for a protected corridor from the top of the feature into the land, because design has catered for that, then that's swale or that setback shouldn't apply. Now, if every design was undertaken in that manner, to say it was designed and every design was undertaken in a way that said we don't need to have a setback because we've got enough contingency or whatever built into the pond design, then that works. And I think you might be saying that not every design necessarily takes that approach.
No, what I'm saying is that district plans need to set out what the de facto or starting point position should be with these kind of issues. And then if a developer wants to deviate from that, they can go through a consenting process. So the issue we're addressing now is features or watercourses close to a boundary. And I think I'm hearing you say that it can be, the feature can be close to a boundary with a small or no setback, provided that there's an adequate setback on the side of the watercourse within the development lot that enables whatever needs to occur happen, whether it's maintenance or protection from an overland flow event. So that starting point needs to be crystal clear in the district plan in my mind.
I think if you're talking about space for maintenance and Three Waters was to say we need a minimum amount of space at the top of a pond, for instance, for maintenance, then yes, that should be clear. Yep.
Okay. All right, Jim, do you have some other questions?
Well, it's similar along those lines. Just what's the purpose of the setback in the first place? And why is it put on both sides of the water body? Because the answer to that would really determine whether or not the fact you would only treat one side of the water body or you needed to treat both sides with the setback. And I guess, sort of to the chest, but I think might be where you're going is, if I decide as a developer to build a swale right on the boundary line, I'm not giving any effect to giving the setback on the other side because it's no longer my property. And either the district plan has to say we don't care about having no we only have it on one side, or the district plan's now saying actually because you chose to put it there, the property on the other side is now going to be affected by this. And I had trouble figuring out how that's not going to end up being an adverse effect on people who are on a boundary if a developer puts a water course on the boundary. So I'm inclined to think that if we have a standard, and let's say it's just 2.5 metres for purposes' sake, you would have to set that thing within 2.5 metres in on your boundary so you can guarantee both sides of the water body have the necessary thing. You mentioned something like being on the upside. Now, if a swale's on flat, you're obviously not, there's no upside to either side of it. Obviously, if it's coming down the hill, that is on the upside. You could argue that it doesn't need as much setback, only maintenance one. But of course, you could be on the downside on the property, and then they're actually on the receiving end of everything if it fails. So I'm not sure how, if we, my point would be, what is the point of the setback? What is it, what you're trying to achieve in the setback? And if it's agreed that it's needed to be on both sides to perform its function, then I think it needs to be treated on being on both sides. Which means if you put it near the boundary, then you, the developer, would have to keep the setback for both sides. Is that?
Because it's about protection and maintenance, isn't it?
And what's the point of the setbacks? We're using it for a reason. It's either protection in a flood event or maintenance.
Yeah, I think well, there's really two groups, I think, of these features that we're talking about. One is existing watercourses. You've got an existing watercourse in the back of your backyard. It's been there for 100 years or whatever. It's overgrown, because they usually are, and water occasionally gets quite high in it. Mostly it just dribbles along. And in that situation where it's been around for a long time and people have built accordingly around it, a 2.5 metre setback on both sides, I think, is entirely reasonable. You might need to get to either side to maintain it. You might need to come in from a roadway at the top and come down the length of it. So that's one scenario, and I think allowing for the setbacks on both sides, whatever distance or width they might be, is fine. The second situation is where you've got somebody who's building in either a greenfields or a semi-brownfields type development, and Three Waters says to them, well, Kurt, you've got your client here, you want to build 12 sites in this property, it's a sensitive area, you're going to need some stormwater management. Okay, that's fine. So then it's incumbent on myself and my client to come up with a design that works, that optimises the use of the land and achieves the stormwater solution that Three Waters expects. Now that solution will need to incorporate things like detention, a certain volume of detention, restricted outlet, so you're not creating additional flows downstream, but also it'll need to ensure that there's adequate protection for property around it, and there's adequate access and availability of maintenance purposes. So those are the two things that the swale setbacks intended to achieve, protection and maintenance. Now, if I can demonstrate to Three Waters that I can design a pond, and I don't need 2.5 metres around the outside of it, because I've got an access in that diggers or excavators or maintenance vehicles can get into the pond, and then they can tidy it up internally. And we've done the calculations and the design structure to show that we're satisfying the protection requirements for property around it. I'd be suggesting to Three Waters we don't need a large area of land outside the top ring of that pond, because we've managed through the design process to avoid the need for that, and we can use that land for better purposes. But these are, so that group of features is clearly a fully designed system where we're taking into account all the needs of the Three Waters requirements around protection, maintenance, detention, outflows. And it's quite different to the first group of watercourses which just run down through your backyard and have done forever. So I don't think the district plan needs to set a minimum standard for setbacks from a specifically designed new feature. I think that's part of the design approval process, and Three Waters can set a design standard for that. They can say to us at any time, we need your designs to incorporate these things or those elements. I don't think the district plan needs to say for new features, you need to have a setback of such and such. because I think that's more a function of the development design process.
Yeah, I had some sympathy for your argument until that very last part of your presentation. I mean, I'd need to be persuaded that the district plan should not set appropriate design standards for these issues, which is what you're now proposing. That's the whole role of a district plan, is to set setbacks and yard requirements and height to boundary limits. It's all about controlling development.
Yes,
It's not the Wild West anymore.
No, I'm not suggesting that there's any scope for poor design or poor outcomes here.
Okay. I think we understand your position. I'll see if we have any further questions, Jim. Any further
No, I
questions?
think I
Sophie, any
understand.
further questions on that?
I was thinking about putting Three Waters reform into the whole thing about design standards, but perhaps it's just way out of scope and we should just remove
I tried to
this.
get that in.
Yeah. No, that's, I think, very difficult right now.
Well, currently Three Waters reform is mostly dominated for sewage and potable water.
Yes, yeah.
It may help because I think if we continue, I mean that's the end of the Patterson's type submissions, but a few of my client submissions have maps which show some of these features, and that might help us as well a little bit.
Okay, let's do that.
So if I move on to a number of other group of submitters I have, there's one I'll cover off at 3:30 because the submitter himself wants to come in and participate. But all of the other submissions I've been involved with, my submitter clients are quite happy for me to address them all in one submission. And to be fair, the same three stormwater items that I've already discussed comprises is what's comprised in these submissions. So I don't think I need to go and reiterate those discussions, but let's. I wonder if we can pull up one of the maps I supplied, either the Alan Dipping map or the Tony Clare map. I emailed them through. I can show you. Actually, it might be easiest just to pull up the 2GP maps, and I can show you the address.
So in terms of the attachments that you circulated, which ones do you want us to look at?
Yeah, the attachments I circulated. That's
Which one?
So what's the name of that one?
So that's
Otago Business Park, I think. It's the third, oh gosh, which one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth one along S284001. Otago Business, Otago Business Park.
yeah.
Righty.
This is an industrial, one of the two industrial subdivisions we've been involved with out at Dukes Road. And recently subject to quite a comprehensive stormwater design for those watercourses. Each of those red lines represents a swale that's built along the side of the road. And then where it does this little wiggle down, sort of along the left part of the page is actually a pond. There's a pond in there, and then the water runs out into a watercourse at Dukes Road. But each of the sections on either side that are currently vacant there, I see what have been built on, I think, since the photograph was taken, but certainly not all of them are industrial sites and will be occupied ultimately by industrial buildings and industrial activities. If you can picture of 5 metre wide, if that's what the setback is from the tops of those swales in the road, they're going to extend a number of metres into the properties and will inhibit use of those properties for buildings. What our submission is saying, this client's submission is saying, is that it's unnecessary because of the level of design that's gone into establishing the sizes of those swales and the water flows down those swales and what's going to happen with that water and how it's all going to be managed. It's, in 1 in a 100-year event, water will not enter those properties on either side. So we're suggesting there should be an exemption from the swale setbacks for properties that have been subject to, or where the swale features adjacent to properties have been subject to comprehensive design processes.
So that was your issue number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so that, just to clarify, so that's a different waterway than you've got a residential development on a hillside where there is a small creek running through it.
100% different, yeah.
And that can change quite dramatically in its performance during an event.
Yep.
Whereas you're saying that in this environment, these are really actually just road stormwater systems.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so therefore they behave differently and potentially they are more able to be defined as to what you expect they would do. So therefore you would argue that maybe they could have a lower setback.
Yeah, that's right. These were only ever put in as part of the development to service water flowing from the roofs and the hard stand areas of the development itself. So we have a very good understanding of
Defined catchment area.
Yeah.
I think would probably be the most important part, right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Another one that's useful to look at is at Magnolia Drive. This is in a residential environment.
So what's its title and the attachment?
Whose name is it under?
Grant Payne. Grant Payne.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Who's having Magnolia Drive?
Yeah, so this is one that's a good example of having a stormwater feature up against a joining boundary. So in this instance, I think there's eight lots we developed, all relatively small. At the land slopes up to the north down to where the watercourse feature is mapped there, and at the bottom of the development, again for the purposes of managing water flows from the development itself, we've built a long swale, which is intended as a detention pond. Water flows from the development into that pond and then is released out to the right where it goes into a natural watercourse. That pond was built quite close to the boundary to the north where the house is, the existing house. And when it was built, there was obviously no anticipation of potential for a setback from that swale then affecting that property to the north, which it clearly would do in this situation. But it was fully designed. Catchments, as you say, with the last one, catchments were well understood. The water flows were very well known, and it was designed to hold that water and there's overflows in place so that water, if it does for whatever reason need to overtop the pond, it will flow out into the watercourse on the right hand side rather than running into the property. The properties at 16, 18 and 20 are quite small. You can see by the houses on the left hand side there. They're reasonably modest sized residential properties, and having a large setback from the pond feature towards the south, towards those building platforms, will constrain those properties in terms of what can be built on them. So my client on this site is quite concerned that he went through the effort of getting a subdivision consent, getting a design approval from Three Waters, building this and subdividing it. They haven't yet sold those sites, and that could affect the use of those sites if 5 metre or any sort of swale setback was established. Particularly because of the work he'd put into making sure that the system was designed appropriately. So that's sort of highlights, I guess, my discussion earlier.
Yep.
Just in that design there, the red rectangle is the swale, obviously. So from the left, there's no overland water flow. It all comes from basically from the formed road down the back of the property and then goes to the right to an overland water flow.
Arguably, there should in fact be, when the mapping is corrected or brought back into the plan, there should also be a red line that runs to the right and then up the page to where those trees are. It goes into the DCC system at that point.
Right. So you would argue, I guess, to the point when you were showing the industrial one before, this is not in line with an existing watercourse. It's in fact a swale that's dealing with a relatively defined area.
Yep.
So maybe they should be treated differently in the setback rules. Is that where we're going?
It's protected by way of an easement. There's easements, you can't see the easements on the map, but there's an access easement provided to the swale from the road.
Yep.
The feature itself is protected by way of an easement. There's consent notices on the title spelling out people's maintenance obligations of that. So there's other legal mechanisms in place that you wouldn't find on your little creek that runs down the back of your property.
I guess that's my question to staff, is when this rule was being written, was this what was intended, or was it small creeks running through people's backyards?
Well, it doesn't encapsulate all of them.
Well, obviously it will, but
I think the intention was to protect those stalking residents, the open vehicles. It was probably intended to protect both, but probably more in relation to
natural watercourses. I guess because I mean, this is something I've noticed in Three Waters when we talk about watercourses. If you don't use the word open, that can also be a pipe at that point. And so the definition of the word watercourse is quite broad. And I guess you're bringing the point up that we need to maybe think that there might be sub-definitions of what a watercourse is, and that if it's something as engineered as that, it's quite different from even an ephemeral stream that runs through a property that is active at certain times of the year. Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
So was
In
this...
the reply, I guess we need...
Sorry, finished.
Oh, I was just going to say for staff, I think in the reply is just the consideration of that.
Yeah. This development on screen, was that a consented subdivision?
Yes, we completed that about a year ago.
Yeah. So in terms of the developments you do, are they generally going through a consent process?
Always going through
a consent process. Okay. Yep. All right.
Looks like the swale's been built now, maybe. I think the swale built now.
Yeah, that'll be it.
So we went on Google Maps just to see. Grass has got greener. Oh no, sorry, it's been mowed. It's got
Yeah. Is
so
there
we're just
any
looking
other-
at an updated picture.
Are there any other...
Look, I think those sets of photographs probably adequately highlight
Yep.
the points I've been kind of explained.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else I really need to go over. Yes, yes.
No, good explanation, thank you.
And so now, you've got someone coming at 3:30
Someone
though?
coming in at 3:30.
Because it's only
so,
2:05.
might be a little bit
And
away.
what are they going to talk to us about?
Stormwater, one of these sites, but he wanted to come along in person, and
Yeah. Which site is it?
that's at Roy Crescent.
So which one would that be?
S32.
S32.
Oh, Kevin and Deborah
Kevin
and
and
Water.
Deborah Van de Water, yeah. So they've got
Yeah.
9 and their own, the 3 blocks on the corner, again, section in 9, 11 and 16.
So would you mind contacting them and just explain that you've had we've had a long discussion about the issues that you've raised, and we fully understand the issues you bring to our attention, and do they still consider it's necessary to come and talk to us directly? Can you just ask them? Because otherwise we're going to have to sit around.
Maybe I'll duck out and give them a call.
Otherwise we're sitting around for an hour.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can certainly do that.
Street, is it Concord?
So, Mr. Yeah, would you like to introduce your client submitted to us, and then we'll proceed from there. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is Mr. Dunedin, he's the owner of the properties up at Woodcrease on Livingston Street, which we had on the maps up there before. So Kevin just wants to just discuss a little bit of information on the sale that was done through his property. He's got some photographs he supplied. This really speaks predominantly to the discussion point in his submission around reducing the setbacks. Potentially, see the area of that. There are a number of properties here that can be built on, in particular number 11, and there's plenty of space on number 10 for new residential activities. This is a residential zone. It has some concerns that a setback requirement was too wide. It's really constrained developing build on these properties or for a future owner potential build on these properties. So this is the starting photograph. It's a little bit different to most of the courses that you probably.
So I might just stop you there, and these are Mr. Van der Water's photographs, aren't they? So Mr. Van der Water, thank you for coming in a bit earlier than was scheduled, and we've received both the aerial photograph that was on before and your photographs, so we're very happy for you to speak to us and outline the points that you wanted to make.
Thank you. Thank you first of all for the opportunity to speak to you today, and why I feel that my property should be exempt from the proposed open watercourse setbacks. As you know, my properties are 9, 10, 11 Vandy's Way, and I also speak on behalf of the owners of 16 Emerson Street, Concord. The open watercourse through my sections in Concord was put there as a collaboration between myself, the then DCC Parks and Reserves Manager, Mr. McFields, and the Green Island Borough Council's representative, Mr. Selwyn Ingalls. Because as you know, this was in the 90s, Green Island Borough Council was the main outfit we were dealing with. The development of the watercourse through my sections to the way it is today, now, was done as the area between the park and my boundary was a swamp back in the early 80s and a real maintenance problem for the DCC, who at that time was still developing the Emerson Street Reserve. Hence, everything that was done on my property was done under their guidance to ensure it met their long-term capacity and maintenance objectives. I was also encouraged to take over some of the council reserve land to eliminate some of their maintenance issues, but I could only do that if the watercourse was done to a standard that met the Green Island Borough Council's approval, who were very insistent that however it was done, it had to be done, it had to be a very low maintenance system, and while piping the creek was suggested, the cost involved was prohibitive. Hence, when a concrete-sided, rock-based option that offered extremely low maintenance, was easy access for cleaning if it ever blocked, and could handle 4 times the capacity of the pipes that were feeding it. It was a welcome system by all parties. Also, because it had to be raised in height by over a metre above the existing creek bed height, it was also seen as a huge benefit that would improve the water flow around the base of the Emerson Street Reserve. Since its construction 35 years ago, it has never overflowed, and I have not had to do any maintenance to it other than back in 2015, after an extreme weather event. I had to replace some small rocks that had been washed into the Reserve Creek or swale area, a trailer load of rock from Blackhead quarries, a one-man job about an hour's work. I know that maintenance of any natural watercourse through private property is a landowner's responsibility, and because this watercourse is concrete, sided, completely open, any maintenance can easily be done by hand. Therefore, I request that because this watercourse through these sections are properly formed, concrete side and maintenance free, they be exempt from the new setback proposals.
Thank you for that. Questions? Any questions? No? Jim, questions?
No, I think it's really clear. I think some of the stuff we covered with Kurt's stuff before.
And so, not a question for you, but Mr. Rawson, is this particular property one that's affected by Plan Change 1 and the recommended withdrawal of the watercourses, or was this an existing urban watercourse that was already mapped?
No, this is affected by change, so the information is to remove it from those.
Okay. All right. So the position, Mr. van der Water, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, is that the officers have recommended that all of those watercourses, including this one that were mapped as part of this plan change, now not be mapped. So in which case the setback provisions wouldn't apply because that wouldn't be a mapped watercourse. So that achieves what you're asking for, at least in the short to medium term, until such time as the council decides to reintroduce the watercourses to some maps, which we don't know if and when that will be, but it'll be some years away, I imagine.
And just to clarify, when we introduce it, it would be another plan change process? Or
Has to be a Schedule 1 process, yeah. Yep.
And there's substantial RMA reform anticipated in between, so.
Yep. All right, so thanks very much for coming in.
Just one question.
Oh, yeah, question?
It's never overflowed.
No. We've had, under 2015, there was repairs to be done. It was a result of flooding further up the system that came down via the drive and ran parallel virtually to the creek and washed the lot of debris away from the end of the creek. But I think Kurt's probably showing you photos of the end of the creek and you'll appreciate what we're talking about. There's plenty of room there.
Cool, thank you.
I think you can actually see on that photo where there's some of the rock was rock for about a metre from the end. That's where the rock off the road just washed over the edge. There's a height difference.
All right. Thank you very much again. Thanks for coming in, and especially for coming in a bit early. We appreciate that. So that brings us to the conclusion of today's hearing. So we're reconvening tomorrow afternoon, and Rebecca just confirming. So our first submitter is at 1:45. So we'll be reconvening shortly before 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. We were hearing first of all from Michael Thornton Pay, and then several submitters thereafter. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.